President Harris as Vice President Trump, but for the most part gave in-depth answers to questions about foreign policy and his own belief he can do the job.
Putting a bow on a NATO summit overshadowed by his domestic political challenges, President Biden says he is staying in the race to finish the job he started.
There's so much we can do still, and I'm determined to get it done.
In a news conference here, the president says he believes he is the most qualified to beat former President Trump, but understands the concerns of Democrats.
So there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving.
The only scenario the president says that would change his mind is if he's told there's no way he can win, but adds no poll says that. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Now, 18 Democrats in Congress publicly calling for the president to end his re-election campaign. Hungary's President Viktor Orban was at this summit and met yesterday with former President Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. He says Trump is going to help bring an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky addresses a group of U.S. governors this morning in Utah.
Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox, also the outgoing chair of the National Governors Association, said Zelensky's appearance is something the group has worked on for some time. First Lady Olena Zelenska will join her husband in Utah to meet with community and business leaders. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A $230 million floating pier built by the U.S. military to help get aid to Palestinian civilians in Gaza is going to be shut down soon. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says more land crossings have opened and the pier isn't as necessary anymore. It is currently unattached to the beach because of rough seas, the Pentagon says. America's listening to Fox News.
NYPD officer Jonathan Diller's tragic story made national headlines this year. Now, Jonathan was shot and killed by a career criminal during a traffic stop. Jonathan, who is just 31 years old, leaves behind his wife Stephanie and one-year-old son Ryan. Now, nothing will ever replace the loss of a husband and a father, but the Tunnel to Towers Foundation was able to pay off the mortgage on the Diller family's home. Please commit to $11 a month. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. We made it to Friday. Thank God it's Friday. I love you, Friday. I love you, Friday. You're my friend, Friday.
Best friend.
Best friend, Friday. Rhino's my other best friend. This is the Morning Extra. Tug Rhino and Los on Extra 106.3. What's up, pal?
I am fantastic. I am a little concerned about the president, but otherwise I feel really wonderful. Oh, my gosh. I mean, it just keeps getting worse and worse for Democrats, but great for us. But, yeah, feeling good. Had a long drive last night.
Yeah.
Got into town right at 6:30, so jumped into our friend Lee and Blaine had me stay here and came inside, turned on the TV, waited for the big boy press conference.
And just in case you don't know, Rhino is broadcasting from North Carolina this morning. That's what he's talking about. He headed up to North Carolina with to meet up with girlfriend Erin because you guys are doing a little work project up there on one of the houses.
Yeah, we sure are. Well, we had a issue with a window company up here who they claim to be a window company, but apparently they don't know anything about putting in windows. And while we were down in Georgia, they put in the wrong windows. They put in replacement windows instead of new construction. Now they're refusing to fix it. They told us they framed them. The inspector told us they were all framed out wrong. So we had to remove all of the windows from the house and do it ourselves. And unfortunately, we're going to have to talk to the window company about this because they've decided that, number one, they don't know how to frame, which is funny since they told us they did. And so it's been a little bit of an issue.
A little bit of a mess, but life is
fix
full
it, though.
Yes, y'all get it right. It's going to be fine. And even the bad guys are going to do the right thing. I feel
that's right. They will. What? I'm sure they will.
Just going to be optimistic here,
of course,
because the the opposite of that is being pessimistic all the time, and then you look like a Democrat.
Right?
You sound like a Democrat. Just pessimistic all the time.
I don't want to do that. I mean, if I have to call in to Vice President Trump, I'm going to call Vice President Trump, and I'm going to, tell him, look, I'm having a problem up here.
What do you think VP Trump would do about it, though? I mean, do you think VP Trump's got any pull? Yeah, I mean, that's I don't know.
He builds beautiful buildings. Beautiful, great, big, beautiful buildings. So I don't.
Yeah.
Man, Vice President Trump, boy, this is gonna be fun.
Do we have that audio handy? Go ahead and fire it off here.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she's not qualified to be president. So let's start there.
What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That was the fun part right there. But he said, but I think she's not qualified, and then had to fix. That was one of the best. I mean, this is going to probably ring on for how long now, Tug? Everybody's going to call Trump vice. I mean, even he brought it up within 5 minutes.
Yeah, Trump. Well, yeah, he made a big joke out of it because why wouldn't you? I mean, you're pointing out the insufficiency, the inability for Biden to continue. I mean, you're obviously saying I'm the better choice there, but the entire Democrat Party is feeling that too. Although last night it was funny, I saw Peter Ducey, a little hit that he did, and he talked about how the Democrats were only looking for Biden not to freeze up last night. That was what was going to be the pass-fail for them. And my wife was like, well, why would that be the pass-fail? And I was like, I have no idea. I mean, just so he looks like he's coherent. I mean, I guess they know he's going to have those slip-ups. He's always had the slip-ups for the past 3.5 years, but it's the distance stares and the screensaver modes that he has that I guess make them panic more than others. I don't know how you look at last night as a success, but some Democrats in some Democrat circles were going, yep, we're good. He didn't freeze up. We accomplished the goal.
That seems ridiculous.
It's totally ridiculous.
The not knowing your own vice president's name, confusing that should be bad enough 2 minutes into the press conference. But there was gaffe after gaffe after gaffe after that. And it wasn't even about freezing up. They have to prove this man is mentally fit to run this country. Freezing up is not an issue. Not remembering leaders' names. We have to remember, go back earlier in the day when he called somebody he gave $100 billion to of our taxpayer money by his enemy's name.
His gravest enemies. Do we have that handy? Do you have that piece of audio handy?
We're all.
Yeah, I think we got it. Here we go.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Who?
Wow.
And then yeah, go ahead.
You want to say that Donald Trump and him are best friends. You hear all the adulation he gave to President Putin?
Yeah.
Great leader, all of that. I mean,
he did catch himself. And to be completely transparent, he did catch himself. He said, well, I'm not, it is too late. No, you're right. You're not wrong about that. But he, for any of the people who were in defense, he caught himself. Yeah. He did correct it and say, I'm so focused on Putin, which I mean, I thought was a relatively good response.
I did too.
Just in the situation to catch himself like that, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he, did well to actually catch up to it a minute and a half later. But see, my concern is when you have a mental lapse like that in one of the biggest moments, okay? Remember, you're asking America to hand over F-16s, Patriot missiles, and everything else to this man, and you don't remember his name. The biggest problem to me is, remember we talked about the 3 a.m. phone call. Who's going to be there to answer it? If he can't get things together in the middle of a press conference when he's wide awake, and you have a minute to come up with an idea of how to defend this country against a nuclear attack, I can't have that brain fart.
No,
I can't have you forgetting the vice president's name or any of this.
I think it's because let me say this. I think the reason that I gave him a pass, and I didn't give him a pass, but I felt like he was able to regain the conscious thought, is because my expectation is through the floor.
You're right.
I mean,
You're right. I get it.
So any improvement is better than I expected.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh, wow, look, he colored inside the lines today.
Exactly. Wow. You know what, boy, he's coming right along.
we are hoping for the next 6.5 months that we don't have an attack, or he doesn't have to make a serious decision besides going to the bathroom or eating something, because right now he's not there. This was the end. I really truly believe, and Democrats are going to play the game and spin this, and they have to at this point to save any kind of chances of winning an election. But they're going to spin this and say, well, he was right on foreign policy and dealing with NATO. Yeah, I can see what they're saying. I get it. Yeah, he was right on when talking about what President Trump did to secure NATO. But we always have to go back and remember, they're going to play this game, but we didn't need to be making any kind of commitments to NATO under Donald Trump. We didn't have to worry about wars under Donald Trump. So that doesn't really work for me or anybody else. Yeah, it doesn't resonate for anybody who's actually going to think about why we're even having this press conference.
Yeah, 404-741-1230 is the number. Tim is on the phone from Woodstock. What's on your mind, Tim? What did you see last night?
Oh, the first thing during his big boy press conference he did was he got up, picked up his card, and he said, they gave me this card to tell me what reporters to call on. He called on out-of-country reporters, and he wouldn't call on the mainstream media except the ones they wrote down for him to call on. These were... he already knew the questions.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. And we were talking about this before the show, Tim, this morning. That's the thing. Like, isn't it crazy to think about the mainstream media, the drive-bys, as Rush Limbaugh would have called them, and they are the enemy of the Democrats right now. They're the enemy of Joe Biden, Rhino.
Yeah, they've turned on him, and they realize, I think the media realizes, they think Trump is too dangerous to be running this country. So now they have to find somebody that's going to beat Donald Trump, and they know that Joe Biden can't possibly do it. But I love what Tim said. It was one of the first things I noticed, too. Okay, I have a list of everybody I'm going to call on. And at first I thought, okay, that's fine. He's got a list. Now we knew who was going to be on it. Were the questions on the list? That's what I was wondering about. And you know what? I found out they were, because when anybody asked him 3 questions in a row, he went back and looked down at the paper and said, let me go back to your first question, and then read it off there. So this man can't even handle a big boy press conference without having notes, probably written in crayon for him, right there in front. And it's a shame, because this man is being abused, and it is disgusting.
But the bigger problem, Rhino, the bigger problem, I think, is that the mainstream media, though they've turned on Biden, they think Trump is too dangerous. You said it, and I think you're right. They don't get a decision, but that's the problem. They don't get a decision. They're there to report. They're there to just give you what is happening. They're giving you the play-by-play. It isn't their choice. That's the thing that drives me crazy, is the fact that they feel like they have this ultimate wisdom that's greater than the American people.
Yeah, they've been using the editorial boards for a long time to endorse a candidate, and that's one thing. Now they've gotten into dirty politics, and to try to cover up for what they've done over the past probably 10 years. And it goes back probably even to, when Obama was president. These newspapers have gotten more and more into actual subjective or opinions and editorials rather than they have journalism. And they're not journalists anymore. And that's the big problem. And I don't see Keisha Lance Bottoms. I don't think she's going to come out against New York Times and their editorial board, who urged Republicans to reject Donald Trump, the way she did the HAC, who basically said, hey, he's not there. President Biden needs to step down. She lost her mind on that, saying they're trying to influence an election. All of them try to influence elections. Every media outlet tries to influence elections, and that's just the way it works. So it's just getting really bad for the American people, because you can't really trust anybody, whether it's Fox News, CNN, New York Times, AJC, any of these papers anymore, Tug.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know that I've ever believed in actual journalism. Even back in the day when people were like, well, way back when news was trustworthy.
They actually faked it better, right?
Yeah, well, it's just there wasn't as much information. You weren't able to cross-check the way you are now. I mean, it's been that way for a long time, but I don't know that I ever trusted what Walter Cronkite was saying, and he's the end-all be-all when they talk about the old school media the way it used to be, and we didn't know his opinions. Yeah, we did. Oh, yeah, just go read about him. Yeah, we did. Yeah. We knew what he was saying. Going back to the press conference, though, for just a second, did y'all see that point where he lost his train of thought, and in the middle of it, just randomly, he was like, I beg your pardon? Did y'all happen to see that?
Yes. I didn't know what he said at first, and then I had to go back, scroll back a little bit and hear it again, and I still don't understand it.
Well, I think it was just one of those glitches. He didn't go into screensaver mode necessarily, but there was that moment that right there for that second that the glitch was just saying something, anything. I beg your pardon, when it wasn't even needed, or he wasn't even being asked a question.
I think what ended up happening is they probably had an earpiece in there to help him out a little bit here and
Intern
there.
Andrew said the same thing.
Yeah, and when I saw, because they did a side-by-side with KJP and all the other handlers that he had at the press conference. KJP never looked up from her phone. She was typing as he was talking.
Trying to put out fires.
Yeah, well, I don't know if she was trying to put out fires or was she typing things to him that was translated via AI
maybe
into his earpiece, because that is a way to, you could type to text now, or whatever, type to whatever it's called, speak.
Yeah,
text to
speech.
Thank you. I was having a hard time doing it. I should have gotten a text to speech one right there. But I had a feeling like, okay, seeing this side by side and seeing her face, by the way, when he called her Kamala Harris, Vice President Trump, her face.
Oh, my God.
She just started typing right back quick and then looked up at him. And it almost looked like, did he hear what I just typed?
Yeah, holy cow.
Because that was one of those moments where, beg your pardon, it seemed like he was talking to the computer at that point.
I was in the middle of cooking dinner, just kind of passive listening, and he was in the middle of answering a question, and he goes, beg your pardon, and then just 15 seconds of silence. Yeah. It made me stop cooking and look up and just flabbergasted.
Yeah, let's grab that cut for later in the show because that's
he looked down, which was weird. He looked down, beg your pardon. So it almost seemed like somebody was saying something in his ear, and I wouldn't put it past.
Yeah,
him.
no, me either. But I don't think it would be AI though. I don't think they would trust AI. They've got some aid that he's comfortable with. Maybe he speaks with them all the time. Sure. So it would be it would be something that is comforting to him because he's already spinning out of control. So anything they can do to make that less obvious, I guess. That's what I think. I don't put it past them to have an earpiece in. Maybe I'd do the same thing. I don't frown upon that necessarily. It's just the blatant dishonesty. Pretending that everything is okay.
Yeah, they don't have a choice at this point if he's going to continue to hold them hostage and say he's not going to step down. So they've got to keep running with this and keep making it work as much as they can. I mean, we heard yesterday, too, from Milwaukee radio station that they had to, delete and edit the entire interview they did with the president. And they were saying, hey, they made us do this. The campaign made us do it. Not only did they give us the questions
but the campaign
when he couldn't
can't
answer
make you do that. They can't. It'd be like them coming to us and telling us, you have to. What's your authority?
Well, you know what it was they called ahead and said, well, if you want, the most high-profile person on your radio show,
right. Now
you're going to do this. So
ahead of it, yes, they can do that.
And they felt that. They felt that pressure. And, there's threats probably. I mean, I couldn't imagine them because if they came to us and said, hey, here are the questions we want to ask, what would we tell them, Tug? What would you say? Hey, Rhino, let's talk about this. What would you tell me?
Yeah, I would say we can tell them we're going to do whatever we want to. And then when we get in there, we're going to do exactly what we want to do because they have no recourse. They have zero recourse. So that's the only, I don't know. And I don't know that story. I've not seen that story. So, I don't know what they're. I don't know enough. I don't have enough context to decide what they've done. But I just know what we would do. We would be.
You know what they're doing.
Yeah,
they're covering up for him. Yeah, they're trying to make him sound better than he is. That's what it is.
Yeah. Now, if they want to cover their own tail while doing that, that actually makes sense. And they're making us. We have any other choice.
I mean, I think people just got upset at why did you fire the radio host? What?
Because I'm pissed about that too.
Yeah, I mean, that radio host had no choice. If Mr. Dickey came to us and told us, hey, you guys have to do this.
Right.
Now, if it went against our standards, we have a decision to make on ourselves and say, hey, I'm not going to be a part of this.
Yeah, I can't.
And
I can't do
Mr. Dickey would probably appreciate that. But if he did force it upon us and we wanted to keep our jobs, that's a tough position for a lot of people to be put in. And probably that radio person as well as all these journalists who also get these exclusives to talk to the president or get interviews or comments from them or get a White House pass to be part of the press corps.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of things that hedge on that happening. No doubt about it. You're exactly right. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Let's knock out the headlines on a Friday morning. Good morning to you.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, July 12th. 2 more Georgia football players were arrested and charged with reckless driving even after the horrible tragedy that took the lives of Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix a year and a half ago. Jonathan Bo Hughley was booked into Athens Clark County Jail on charges of failure to maintain lane and reckless driving, and was also involved in a single car crash. That following night, Smael Mondin was charged with reckless driving and racing on streets. Fellow football player DeMelo Jones was also stopped. The school has not released any comment. A Carroll County deputy was surprised after he was called out by Michelle Turner to talk to her grandson about the dangers of riding his bike on a busy highway. The deputy found 3 minors at the location and was told by the kids that they were home alone. The grandmother, Michelle Turner, said she was tired of taking care of all the kids that belonged to Jessica and Steve Bailey. The deputy reported the stench of animal urine and feces, a fridge with a lock on it, no food in the house, and no cooling system. Jessica and Steve were arrested for cruelty to children and transported them to Carroll County Jail. And in sports, Arizona Diamondback Brandon Pfaadt outpitched ace Max Fried last night in Arizona, pitching 6 strong innings without allowing a run. Max Fried was also strong in the 1-0 loss to the Diamondbacks. The Braves have now lost 2 in a row as they head to San Diego to take on the Padres this evening in another 9:40 start. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
You have the right to vote. You are a legal citizen of the United States of America, and that right is being compared to Jim Crow laws by the Democrats. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
If you intend to vote Democrat in the next election, if you intend to vote for Joe Biden, just who are you really voting for? Barack Obama? Again, a lot of people think that's the case. George Soros? That's somebody that hates America almost as much as Obama did. This is a very dangerous election, my friends.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
The comfort in your home is probably the most important comfort. Maybe in your car is probably maybe a close second, when you get in the car and it's, you get the AC going, and maybe in the winter get the heat going, whatever. You just want to be comfortable as you drive around, especially driving in Atlanta traffic because it takes you forever to get anywhere. But your home comfort, once you get to your castle, once you get to your cave, the place that you spend the most of your time, the place that is your sanctuary, you want that to be as comfortable as it can be. And if you're having problems with HVAC, especially during this Georgia heat, then call Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 77 years, that's how long they've been serving Metro Atlanta. 77 years. Chuck and his team is there for you and have been there for you in all of Atlanta, and will be for a really long time to come. There's so many companies that have been bought out, and they say they're local companies. They used to be. The name sounds like it's a local company, probably one you've heard before, but they've been bought out by huge conglomerates and are no longer that. They're run out of town. See, that's not the way it is. When you reach out to Central Heating and Air Conditioning, you're dealing with a local company that has been local since 1947. It is so imperative to deal with the local company because you get the best service that way. Small companies, you get the best service. Big conglomerates, not so much. Think about cable. How many times do you like to call the cable company? Nobody, because customer service doesn't exist in that realm. When it comes to your home and your comfort, deal with somebody that you can rely on. They are your Atlanta carrier experts, but they service all makes and models. Doesn't matter what brand you have. They can take care of it and get it up and running if it's not. And they can maintain it so it lasts as long as it can possibly last. And then that will save you a whole lot of money. My name is Tug. I recommend Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Chuck and his team at 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The dog days of summer are here, and Truist Park is the place to be when the St. Louis Cardinals and Cincinnati Reds come to town, July 19th through the 24th. The series is packed full of fun, including the CMT Hot Prospect Concert Series before the game in the Battery Atlanta Plaza on Friday, featuring up-and-coming country music artist Blanco Brown, followed by everyone's favorite Friday Night Fireworks presented by Georgia Lottery after the game. And Sunday, July 21st is Kids Club Sunday. Kids can look forward to a player Q&A, face painting, and more. Plus, the first 3,000 kids will receive the Ozzy Albies plushie giveaway. And there's a second giveaway on July 23rd for the first 15,000 fans, featuring the Orlando Arcia chain presented by Truist. Don't miss out on the jam-packed week of giveaways and fun. Visit Braves.com/promos to find all of the details and purchase your tickets. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
Hey guys, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly. Have you heard the buzz about Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy?
Thanks, Tara. I'm Dr. Eugene Wallace, CEO and head of schools of Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy in Austell, Georgia. We are Christian, scholarly, affordable, and relational. Seeds of Excellence is committed to nurturing the whole child, spirit, mind, and body. From daily Bible classes to weekly chapel services, advanced technology, world languages, fine arts, athletics, national competitions, and a dedicated team of great professionals, our scholars from 6 weeks to 8th grade receive quality care through a premier education grounded in Christian worldviews. By blending the Abeka curriculum with Georgia state standards, we offer a comprehensive and faith-based learning environment that equips our scholars for success. We are thrilled to partner with Our Town Monthly. We want everyone in the community to read all about us.
You're right, Doc. Seeds of Excellence is a perfect fit. Friends, explore SOECA.net and experience the difference today.
At Nelson Elder Care Law, we understand that family's everything. That's why we prioritize your family's future with personalized asset protection solutions. Call us today to schedule your legacy planning meeting and discover how our team can tailor our services to meet your family's unique needs, ensuring a secure and worry-free future. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Are you self-employed? Did you receive 1099s in 2021? Congress approved up to $32,220 in refundable COVID tax credits for you, not loans. This is your money, up to $32,220, waiting for you to claim it. Check your eligibility in less than 30 seconds at smartsetc.com. Our former IRS auditors will help you claim it. It's fast, easy, and has no upfront cost. Millions qualify, but time is running out. Visit smartsetc.com now and check your eligibility in just 30 seconds. That's smartsetc.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
If I recall correctly, they cryogenically froze Ted Williams. His head. But the rest of the body's not.
No, just his head.
Just his head. What?
Which, I mean, let's face it, if you got enough money...
Yeah, you can do that. And that's becoming a bigger trend. Bloomberg did a whole article on it this week.
But it'd be funny if, for some reason, we decided to cryogenically freeze the Tug Howard head.
But what?
I'm in for that. That'd be cool.
Won't you need the body?
Well, you
can get another body.
In your case,
yeah,
or Ted's case, the body was riddled with cancer. Mm-hmm. So the idea is that in the future we'll have the technology to give him a new body.
Just stick it on something else.
Yeah. Okay. What you do is, so there's this place south, right by the border, and you can actually get body parts from there.
There's a place south of the border.
You can buy
you chicken like a KFC.
Yeah,
he's not wrong.
If you want, you could buy a young child's body. You could buy kids. You could buy just parts.
Kidneys.
Yeah, you need a kidney. Got it. Gallbladder. Hey, why not? Hey, here's a brain.
Yeah,
you can buy whatever you want, and it's look wide open. All you have to do is just let them come right to you.
Like I'm not going to have money to leave my kids in a trust or anything. But this Bloomberg article did stand out to me because now not only are rich people doing the cryogenic part, freezing their body just in case they're like Ted Williams, able to bring them back to life. But instead of leaving their money in a trust to people or charities or family, whatever it is, their kids, they're doing what they call revival trusts at financial houses. Like people that do finances for people. We have Fricks, the Fricks folks.
Yeah.
That do a show here on the weekends on Extra 106.3. So these revival trusts are for people who have cryogenically frozen themselves, and when they wake up, when they're brought back to life, they don't want to be poor. So they don't leave. They don't leave their money to anybody. They leave it in a trust for themselves.
Okay.
I mean,
that's silly.
How far are we away from this being a possibility that you might need a trust in case you wake up from the dead?
Well, isn't there a place up in Kennesaw like cryo something?
Sounds close enough.
Yeah, it's CryoLife. CryoLife. They actually do freeze body parts and all that. CryoLife up in Kennesaw.
So now wait a minute, is that like when you go work out and they put you through the cryogenic?
No, that's cryotherapy.
Cryotherapy.
Right, that's cryotherapy. They actually freeze your body, apparently.
Like if you wanted your arm taken off, you just have it frozen in case you get it reattached.
So, for instance, now this goes back quite a ways now. So Ted Williams had his head separated from his body. Both have been put into cryogenic stasis.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
That does. Even though he had cancer, and I get it. But that makes more sense.
And the bill is $136,000 from this story from almost 20 years ago.
Wow.
And the problem is that in his will, he was supposed to be cremated and have his ashes, sent out into the ocean.
Well, you can't do both.
Well, the problem ends up being it's that his son, who has since passed on, who was trying to make a lot of money off his name, he ended up basically having a handwritten will. And basically said Dad wants this to happen to him. And so that was like a big family battle as to what to do with the body.
Yeah. And so, but now he is still cryogenically frozen.
I mean, are you planning?
Like Dr. Abel.
Let me ask you this.
Or Austin Powers.
Look what you did to Mr. Bigglesworth. I mean, are you looking to be cremated, buried?
Cremated for me.
Okay, because I have a cocktail napkin that says that you decide to change your mind. You want to be cryogenically frozen, have your head separated from your body.
We're going to have you frozen.
And Tug and I and Rhino have all decided this is what's right for you.
Yeah.
And they accepted that little handwritten.
It can entirely be possible.
Yeah. I know I got your signature, so
and my best interest at heart. I'm sure
of course. As your attorney, he saw what you did.
Yeah, because like
the Rhino.
When I get all my
the Rhino,
yeah, when I get my sleeve and everything done, all my tattoos, like I want to keep those. So I want to keep that. Like my body parts. So I'll get body parts from across the border when I need to get fixed. And I'm going to keep my head on, though, I think. I'm not going to cut my head off.
It makes sense.
No, if you need to, because I'm going to want my tattoos frozen. I don't want all the same body.
So
thinking about doing it next week because I don't want to get wrinkly either, like Kimmer.
So Bloomberg is saying that you can't.
I want to stay taut.
Yeah.
They're saying you can't leave yourself money when you die. And states have limits on how long a trust can last. Most states have it about 100 years. Florida has it at 1,000 years.
Yeah.
This revival trust. So if you are cryogenically frozen and somehow or another, technology makes it so where you can be brought back to life, which I don't believe is a possibility.
Well, you have to see the documentary Idiocracy.
Yes.
Where he goes to sleep for 500 years, and when he wakes up, it's a new world.
Yeah, right. I get it.
It's
Encino Man,
2020.
Didn't have some similar.
It's the Biden administration 2024 is what he woke up in.
Yeah, right. Goodness.
Encino Man was in an iceberg.
Oh, but still, he's still frozen. Caveman still came. I mean, it's the same premise.
Yeah.
He didn't pay to have it done like Ted Williams' family did. But yeah, I find this fascinating. Like people are so caught up in themselves that they're thinking that they will be able to be brought back to life, and they want to have money when they do it.
Look, I mean,
it's unreal.
I don't. I think that's a good. I mean, obviously, my son is going to get whatever I leave here.
Yeah, well,
my
sure.
debt.
But these people aren't even.
yeah.
But hopefully they'll.
But that's probably why you can't leave yourself money. Because then you can't leave yourself debt either. Like, I'll leave all this debt to me when I come back.
Yeah,
I'll take care of it when I come back.
Yeah, that's right.
You know who was the most genius of all when it came to passing? Was George Steinbrenner. Because he passed in the year that they suspended basically the death tax.
Yeah.
The estate tax.
Yeah.
So that man his family would have owned millions and millions and millions of dollars. That particular year when he passed, they're like, free and clear. We're good.
So
Don't owe
amazing.
the government anything.
Jackpot. Dude, I love it.
Wow, you got to keep his own money?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, weird. Isn't
Imagine that.
Smart.
You die and you own the federal government 35% of your money.
I know, so dumb. The death tax is so ridiculous and absurd and silly and nonsensical. I hate stuff like that where they just decide we're going to pass laws that just completely screws people over.
Yeah. That's
They're
why
dead. Doesn't matter. Let's continue to screw them over.
That's why I love your idea. You're going to liquidate all your assets, all your accounts. You're going to leave them to your family, and then you're just going to sail off into the ocean. Now, the cool part about all that is that they'll never be able to really declare you dead.
They won't?
Right.
Well, how?
You just disappear.
Oh, you're saying that way. I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
They're not going to be sure if you're sailing around the world or if you're gone.
They won't be able to,
Like, it took them years to basically say that Bison Dele, who's an NBA player, that they don't know what happened to him in the ocean.
Mm.
And it took years before they eventually said, we think he's dead, but they're not sure.
So is everything held up in court, like his insurance policies and things?
Well, in this case, everybody got paid out.
Okay.
And then kind of go from there. I think that's the way you should do this.
Okay. Well,
rather than cryogenically being frozen.
I don't plan to do that. I was just reading this article.
Well, you brought it up, and I thought that was your interest.
No, it was just I'm fascinated that people would leave themselves money thinking that they're going to be awakened from the dead. That's the part that's fascinating to me.
Why can't you? You've been slowed down. You're not dead if you're in there.
Well, no, I think not. I mean,
I don't know.
Well, they're dead. They're preserved.
Preserved. Yeah, that's right. But
Encino Man came back.
I know.
Why have you not watched these biographies?
No, I have.
Because you're making a fool out of yourself.
Well,
that's right.
I just.
These
I'm not
documentaries.
certain.
I can't believe you don't know anything about this.
Not biographies.
But
documentaries.
I saw Encino Man.
You're sounding stupid now, Tug.
Well,
you're sounding ridiculous.
I don't mean to.
Yeah.
And
you're not dead.
Coming back from the dead just seems rather impossible. I think it's only happened once in human history that I know of.
It's embarrassing. I can't believe we have
No,
to do.
twice Lazarus.
It's like doing a show with a Democrat with all your lies.
If you happen to have some sort of heart attack,
not today.
I know. I'm just saying, if it
God, I hope
happens
not,
to
too.
occur,
yes, that's right,
and you fall out, that's where you're going to be hoping one of us believes in bringing you back from the dead.
Well, yeah, chest compressions and things.
Right.
Yeah.
But, or we might turn it into like we're all looking at Joe, and Joe's like, I think he expired already.
Yeah. Let's see if we can cash out his, his whatever that is.
Yeah.
What his 401k
his
is
revival trust.
About done there.
Let's see if we can get his revival trust cashed out. You'd have enough to go get maybe a cold beer or two. Maybe.
Yeah.
About it.
I'm all for cremation and just throw my ashes in some water somewhere. I'm cool with that.
I just was blown away by this whole process, this whole thought. I always thought it was dumb, the whole Ted Williams thing, too. Yeah.
Can I go back to Eric Swalwell for a minute?
Well,
this man said.
Well, because we got to.
Can we play the cut again real quick?
Swalwell was questioning Ben Shapiro, and it was not going well for Swalwell.
On just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so, well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy.
Stop
more
there.
Efficiency.
He wants less bureaucracy. He comes from California where they tell their people they can't have gas stoves, they can't have gas cars, they can't have you don't like bureaucracy. Oh my God.
They
You're
love
from
it.
California,
they
dude.
wrap themselves in bureaucracy.
That's all they've done is try to tell people how to live their lives, where their money has to go. How can that guy say, like, again, you're standing up there, you're supposed to be a representative from California, and you're telling people you don't like bureaucracy?
They're in
Get
love
out
with
of
it.
here.
They're in love with it. And then later on, the embarrassment for Swalwell just kept coming because Ben Shapiro just ran circles around him, as you might imagine that he would.
And then he had the nerve to talk about Ben Shapiro's sex life. Like, seriously, dude, you got honeypotted by a Chinese spy.
That's right.
Named Fang Fang.
Fang Fang. Like, if there's not a dead giveaway, Fang Fang would have to be the dead giveaway. Like, if I met Fang Fang, I'd be like, well, hang on.
Hold on one second.
Hang on.
Can I see your ID?
I feel like you're a Chinese spy, Fang Fang.
Yeah.
That's the way I think I would handle it.
I kind of feel like
something's just telling me.
I'm trying to remember the name of the woman who was the Russian spy, and because I remember watching the documentary they had on it, and every single guy that she hooked up with, that she was making her way around Washington, they all said the same thing. They're like, if you had to do it over again, would you? They're like, yes.
Yeah.
And they're like, why? It's like, because she didn't know the word no.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
If you're Eric Swalwell and you look like fat Napoleon Dynamite and a beautiful Chinese woman comes up to you and wants to sleep with you right away, you maybe should question that.
You absolutely should.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for that name now because that's got me. Is it Ursula? Ursula.
Which one are you looking for? The Russian spy?
Yeah.
It's Anna Chapman.
Anna Chapman.
Yeah, I guess there was one named Ursula too a long time ago in the 40s or whatever. Anyway, another thing that's happened is the House has passed the SAVE Act. There was 5 Democrats that signed on, but most didn't. There is a representative that I want you to hear because she has the audacity to tell you that if we pass this act to only allow American citizens to vote, this is just like Jim Crow. House Representative Jennifer McClellan, listen to this.
This bill is essentially a poll tax because I am not aware of a single proof of citizenship document that does not cost an individual money to get it, unless we are requiring every state to provide one for free, and then it's an unfunded mandate. This is the 2024 version of the Jim Crow poll tax, and we should vote against it.
My God.
What we should do is just deport them all. Then we don't have to worry about having to sort it out because they're not supposed to be here anyway. There are many ways to get around this. This is a joke. Again, she also threw in the xenophobia, blah, blah. That's all they're going to do. No, we're not going to allow illegal citizens who don't pay taxes. There's not a right to vote. Not for anyone in this country, first of all. So let's make sure that we got that straight. Second of all, there's definitely not a right to vote for an illegal citizen.
And can I just go back to her statement about the poll tax? Because if you go to the Secretary of State's office for the state of Georgia, if you do not have one of the 6 acceptable forms of photo ID, the state of Georgia offers free ID cards. I'm always so shocked, though, and I don't know why, because they always do it, but I'm always so shocked at the ease of proving their arguments wrong.
Well, what happens, and this is just from experience, the Republican Party, conservatives in general, are reactionary. They are not on the offensive on a regular basis because largely we live in this mindset of live and let live. All right, I know you slapped me in the face. I'm going to apologize to you and say, hey, I probably deserved it, and I'm going to move on. Like that's the mentality that goes on with these people. And so to be on the offensive this far out, saying here's what they're trying to do, let's make sure to curtail it as quickly as possible. These are all good things.
Yes, sir. Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. When we come back, if she was trying to use the impeachment as a distraction, that has failed. Tell you who and why. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
It's possible that Republicans could reclaim the Senate, but the latest polls I saw today still indicate there's a very good chance that Democrats could win more seats in the House. I can't believe it.
Can people like paying $4 for a carton of eggs?
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
All right, maybe you watched the press conference last night and you saw a president that was just falling apart, not being able to make his own decisions in his own head. But what if he had to make decisions for us? Don't allow it. you need to make sure that you're prepared in case of any emergency. And that's why there's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, a locally owned and operated company, someone you can trust. You talked to Joey yesterday along with us on the Morning Extra, and he told you what's coming up, what's going on. Now's the time to prepare. Whether you need freeze-dried food and you just need to start today and go pick up a few things, or you just need to go ahead and add to your already done collection. You need water filtration, first aid kits, firearms, firearm accessories, ammo. You need it all, and they have it at the lowest price around right here in Marietta. Like I said, they're locally owned and operated. Tell them Rhino sent you over there. Go down there and talk to them. But even more than that, these guys aren't just somebody who is a crazy prepper. These are engineers. Joey was an engineer. An IT engineer as well. These are smart guys who know what's coming. If they shut down our infrastructure, do you have food? Do you have water? Do you have the ability to protect yourself? True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. And if you're new to it, they have workshops all the time right there in their location in Marietta, right there on Cobb Parkway. You'll see all the great military vehicles out front right before Highway 5, or you can go online right now to check out all their workshops at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Get ready. Diamonds Direct will forever change the way you shop for jewelry. With over 80 years experience in direct sourcing, Diamonds Direct is finally opening in Atlanta. Customers across the Southeast know Diamonds Direct for their unbeatable selection and prices, but return again and again because of their unparalleled customer experience. The experts at Diamonds Direct are your advocate in the dizzying world of diamonds, ensuring you are nothing shy of confident in your purchase. How do they do it? With the best selection, the best quality, and the best price. In fact, Diamonds Direct guarantees they won't just meet any local price, they'll beat it. So if you can dream it, Diamonds Direct can deliver it. Build your own engagement ring, tap into their custom design studio, or choose from hundreds of ready-to-wear styles. No other jeweler can maximize your budget like Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct, coming soon to Buckhead and ready to amaze Atlanta with the best selection, the best quality, the best price, and the best people guaranteed.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Cowart for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Nellie Miles with the GBI. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
It's the unsung hero of your home, your garage door. You never think about it. You just hit the button and it opens until it doesn't. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. So you're ready for a new garage door. At All Four Seasons, we offer fast service, affordable prices, and a huge selection of styles, colors, and custom features. Improve your curb appeal, lower your energy bill, secure your home, and increase your property value. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fela, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra, Extra 106.3. Oh, AOC. Why are you so hot?
Why are you so hot and so silly?
Why do you have to be so attractive and yet so dumb at the same time?
I don't know, like, is she dumb or is she playing to her audience?
Yes, no, she's not dumb at all. No, I like from my
She's brilliant.
She's actually very, very smart.
She went from, she'd probably vote for Trump now if she was still a bartender because she'd have no tax on tips.
That's right, yes, as she would. That'd be smart.
She got smart and said, hey, rather than just taking tips and worrying about whether someone's going to tip me or just hit on me, I'm going to go into politics and become rich like the rest of them.
Yep, because that's what people who have no skill that I can tell, that by and large that aren't successful in the private sector. I mean, what job has Joe Biden held outside of government? I can't think of one. I can't think of one. So useless. Pretty much useless. Hey, well, look, I don't think that's a job. They don't put that as a when you go to
not
college.
On the business, not on a business card.
No, and there's no
Joe Biden, extortionist.
What do you think? I'll extort
How
your
can I help
enemies.
you?
Exactly. How
I
can
don't
help
want
you?
your help.
Oh yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. You can't go to college and do the extortionist class.
Extortionist 101.
Yeah, that's right. So, but my point is, none of them have. I say none. By and large, most people in Washington, D.C. have no skills that would make them successful in the private sector. So how do they do what people in the private sector are able to do by making lots of money and yielding lots of power and influence? They go into government where your hands are tied. You don't have any way really of pushing back. They say at the ballot box, but that's up to interpretation at this point. But AOC, I feel like she did this with filing articles of impeachment against Justices Alito and Clarence Thomas for her, as she calls it, quote unquote, unchecked corruption. I feel like this was one of those things. How in the world do we distract from what's going on with Joe Biden? This would be the time to do this.
Just minutes ago, we got breaking news that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has officially filed articles of impeachment against Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas. That comes just after Senators Sheldon Whitehouse and Ron Wyden made a formal request to DOJ. They want a special counsel appointed to criminally investigate Supreme Court Justice Thomas for accepting travel and the loan of a luxury car from wealthy donor friends.
I mean, isn't that what everybody in Washington, D.C. does? I mean, they take trips, they get paid, they get greased everywhere. I'm not saying it's right. And look, I don't believe what AOC and the Democrats have said about those two justices, by and large. Yeah. I don't believe that they're doing anything more than anybody else is doing. And then on top of that, Rhino, I don't believe that anything is going to come of this. This is more of a distraction.
Yeah, this is twofold, right? This is two-tiered. Number one, it's a distraction to say, hey, guys, don't vote based on Biden being old and vote on the fact that we need to protect the Supreme Court.
Yes.
We need to stack the Supreme Court. She also knows that they're going to lose the presidential election and there's going to be an appointment. Remember, they came after Sotomayor saying, hey, you got diabetes. There's a good chance.
Yeah.
She's 61 years old. You need to step down. And they want to put the people they want on that court. So they're hoping maybe we can get them impeached before Biden's out. He can go ahead and start the appointment process, and then we'll go that route. It's not going to work.
No,
That's all
I mean,
they
the
want to do.
timeline wouldn't even be there. I mean,
Yeah.
you think you could get this all the way through before November? I mean, it's just silly.
It's not going to happen. And you know what? I want to let AOC tell you in her own words what this is really about.
This is an impeachment without merit. Secretary Mayorkas has demonstrated there is absolutely no evidence for an impeachable offense.
Oh, wait, that was Mayorkas, who's allowed over 15 million people in this country, including 100,000 people who have died of fentanyl overdoses. And this is a joke. That's what this
Partisan politics at its best. I mean, and I don't, look, it's what you expect. I mean, it's not anything that it came out of the blue and I was like, oh, my Lord, this is terrible. I mean, I think it's dumb. I think it's a waste of time. But more than anything else, I think the distraction away, how do we get somebody to do something to take the eyes off of our failing president? And maybe we can figure this thing out, because Joe Biden doesn't appear to be stepping down. There's an article out from Axios this morning that talks about how they have just rogue groups of Democrats that are putting pressure on donors and other politicians to come out and be vocal about Joe Biden stepping down. And they all say, we've got no shot because he holds all the cards. And that's from leftist Axios this morning, which is owned by the
I don't think it matters. After last night, I honestly don't think it matters, although you did see a lot of spin this morning about, he really showed his foreign policy expertise.
Oh, I know, right?
No, he didn't. No,
I
he
don't
didn't.
think so either.
How can you say that after he called Zelensky Putin, that he showed his foreign policy?
And his Vice President Trump.
Yeah, he can't even get domestic policy right. So, and domestic people right. So let's make sure that we do. But I think, honestly, you saw their faces. You see people today scrambling.
Oh, yeah.
He's done.
He's not
done
stepping down, though,
last
dude.
night.
He's not
no,
stepping
of course
down.
he won't.
I don't think
but they're
stepping down.
going to remove him with a pillow or
25th Amendment now seems. I'm telling you, that seems the cleanest way. And I'm not trying to give him ideas, but
he
that
should
seems
beg
to be
Vice President Trump not to
way.
use the 25th.
Yeah, no kidding. It is. Yeah, please, Vice President Trump, please don't use it on me today. Give me one more day, President Trump, Vice President Trump. So
I'm going to call my friend Putin.
That's right. He'll take care
Ukraine.
of you. He'll take care of you. When we come back on Extra 106.3, it was shocking to see President Putin on stage, on TV in D.C. last night. Talk about it next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the Podcast Park. See you around, Atlanta.
Horizon Background Screening is a fully licensed and insured private investigations firm that focuses on litigation support for law firms, criminal defense cases, and background investigations. We are also FCRA compliant and process pre-employment background checks, tenant screening, and background checks for volunteer organizations. Whether your business is a law firm needing anything from scene investigations to witness interviews, or a company that requires pre-employment background checks, we have the experience you need. Visit horizonscreening.com to learn more. That's horizonscreening.com.
Hey fans, summer is here and you know what that means. Exterior painting season. At Atlanta Painting Company, this summer, save 10% off of all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we're the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Are you self-employed? Did you receive 1099s in 2021? Congress approved up to $32,220 in refundable COVID tax credits for you, not loans. This is your money, up to $32,220, waiting for you to claim it. Check your eligibility in less than 30 seconds at smartsetc.com. Our former IRS auditors will help you claim it. It's fast, easy, and has no upfront cost. Millions qualified, but time is running out. Visit smartsetc.com now and check your eligibility in just 30 seconds. That's smartsetc.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
One's a prosecutor, one's a felon. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. After calling Vice President Harris Vice President Trump at a news conference yesterday, President Biden says on social media he does know the difference. His performance otherwise is largely being described as fine. There were substantive answers about foreign policy. 18 Democrats in Congress, though, now say publicly the president should drop out of the race.
Using a press conference at the end of a NATO summit to dig into foreign policy and domestic accomplishments, President Biden said he is still the most qualified candidate to beat former President Trump.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
The president also telling reporters Democrats in office concerned about the top of the tickets is not unusual.
And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go.
In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Biden campaigns in Michigan today. At least 2 deaths are reported in flooding in Vermont. More than 24 heat deaths are reported this week in Arizona, California, and Oregon.
Record-breaking heat continues to be dangerous for much of the West today and tomorrow. Things will settle down a little bit for this region, but expand over the Central Plains and Southeast over the next few days. With 1 million people still without power over Southeast Texas, the heat and humidity is making things worse.
Fox senior meteorologist Janice Dean. At least 1 person is dead, 2 missing in a tourist helicopter crash off the Hawaiian island of Kauai. Hikers reported seeing the helicopter go into the water. A landslide in Nepal sweeps 2 passenger buses into a flooded river with at least 60 people on board. At least 3 survivors swam to safety, but the buses and everybody else, last we've heard, are still missing. Rain and more landslides are making search and rescue efforts difficult. America's listening to Fox News.
Jerry Padgett, the second enlisted in the U.S. Navy and deployed multiple times to Iraq and Afghanistan until Jerry was catastrophically injured in an improvised explosive device blast. Now, Jerry received a new smart home thanks to our friends at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Now, the home is in the foundation's Let Us Do Good Village. It's in Florida, and Jerry now lives more independently thanks to the specially adaptive technologies. Commit to $11 a month, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey gang, it's your old friend Neil Bortz. You can catch me every Tuesday morning here on the Morning Extra. Now back to Tug, Rhino, and Carlos on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Download the Extra 106.3 app so you can listen live and on demand all day long to great conservative discussions, thoughts, and ideas from the Morning Extra. We're on the air until 10. Then at 10, you get the Glenn Beck program. At noon, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, the biggest show in all of conservative media. And then the local afternoon show with our own Yosemite Sam. We've got the Kimmer Show. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder from 3 until 6. Jesse Kelly after that. Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon rounds out the lineup for the evening here on Extra 106.3. I've been into grocery stores many times and bought bags of potato chips and had this discussion many times, Rhino, where you go in and you get the bag of potato chips and it is halfway filled with air. You know what I mean? And they're well, it's based on the actual weight of the. So we make this gigantic bag for no reason. We're using wasted space.
They fill it
to preserve the chip.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's just a thing because we all know it's halfway full.
Right. Well, what's the benefit? What preserves the chips? The air? Because the air would stale the chips.
Exactly.
I don't think it's like carbon, like what we breathe in and out. I think it's I think it's different.
Okay,
I'm not buying it. Air preserving.
I'm not buying that.
Yes, I do.
I'm not buying it.
What do you think they throw in there? Helium?
Yeah, seriously. We've got an air preserving agent. We got a chip preserving agent that we're going to put in there.
We've made gravitational air that will keep the bag on the shelf.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't look. You can look.
It's nitrogen.
Okay.
It's
all right. And you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not buying it, dude. I'm not buying it whatsoever.
You think that's fake news?
Yes, I do. I'm calling fake news on this.
I think that's a. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
have
what
fun
I
with
need,
your stale chips.
Okay.
Joe, what I need you to do is I need you to go to True Prep and learn about oxygen absorbers and why they use them for food. Okay, before you go crazy off the crazy train for me. Thank you.
No, I'm not. I'm sure they say they do all this stuff. You know, I'm sure that's the reason they put it out there. But I mean, and maybe there is some validity to it. But do we really believe that they're shrinking up? That you don't think that they can make a smaller bag and do the same thing? You don't think there's like the technology or the knowledge to do that? They want the bag to look big, so when you go, I'm getting like that's all marketing. Yeah. And the nitrogen thing's marketing too.
Like unconscious, but like everybody knows, the bag is halfway full.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
we can agree
you know
on
why
that
they do it. They do it so that, the chips don't get crushed. And when you come and, through all the travel from the manufacturer to the store, they don't want all the chips to be the size of crushed chips by the time you get your bag. So they fill it with air to protect
that
it.
I can buy actually more than the rest of it, to be honest. I mean, that's me. But I'll be honest, here's another thing. I like it when the chips are crushed up. That's my favorite.
Do
like
you
when
really?
you can pour it, like you just pour it right in your mouth. You pop the bag so it turns into almost like a funnel.
Fingers don't get messy or anything.
That's right, dude. Intern Andrew and I are on the same page there.
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I'm with Joe on this one. I like a big chip that you can dip into something. I don't want to.
Amen.
Now, don't get me wrong. I am fat enough to go to the bottom of the bag and grab 3 fingers worth of all the crispy ones and then dip my fingers in the dip with it and then lick all my fingers.
Wow, dude, that is extensive.
Not in front of people.
That's extensive.
It's a fat boy move. I've done that too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
See,
you get some good French onion dip, your 3 fingers, an entire 3 fingers full. It's like the claw machine. You go down into that bag, you grab all the small chips, you pick them up and stick your whole finger in the French onion dip. You don't do it at a party, by the way.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
No, dude. So me and intern Andrew are against.
Well, you guys
this
are
idea.
skinny, so
I'm
you don't get to
definitely
say.
not skinny. What are you talking about? Not skinny. But the thing that drives me the craziest is like I say drives me, probably more my wife, is that if there's like 4 or 5 regular sized chips in the bottom, I will just crush them up and then do the pour in the thing that I was just telling you about.
Yeah.
But the reason I bring all this up,
I'd slap you. I'm going to be honest. I'd slap you. I would slap you in the forehead, though.
God, that's terrible, Rhino. Come on,
I get
man.
what you're saying. I will also, at the end, when I'm like, my fingers are all like kind of messed up from me sucking on them, I will pour the bag up in the air and straight into my mouth. So I do get that.
That's gold mine. I think that's the place to be. The reason I bring this up, there's a woman on TikTok that opened a bag of Funyuns, and there was only one single Funyun in the entire bag. One. They're like, you know what Funyuns are? Do you
Oh,
eat,
yeah.
you know, like the onion ring type
Oh,
potato
God,
chips? Yeah, I like them too. And I know
Liam is addicted.
Oh, he's a smart kid. I knew that. Get this, though. After she found one Funyun, man, she went right to social media.
Someone from Frito-Lay, you need to be fired. I bought this yesterday from Walmart. This is clothes. Who's trying to be funny? That's not right.
She said it's a Wunion.
A Wunion?
Because there was only one Funyun in there. Dude,
was it a really big Funyun, though?
I'm trying to find the video.
I've had this happen before, too. Not with the Funyuns.
Okay.
But I like those little Quaker Rice Crisps. They're small. They're like bite-sized chips. And they make caramel, sour cream, and onion and all those kind of things. And one time I went and got a bag, and all of them were like stuck together in one big like hockey puck, and it was rock hard. And I was so mad because you couldn't even eat it.
Oh, yeah, that's the worst. So I found this video of this lady, and she is showing you there's only, it's not a gigantic big, and this was like the fun pack, right? Where you get like the box and it's got Doritos and Funyuns and Fritos and all of them in there. I don't even know how she would have known. Like, I guess she just shook it or it felt light. I don't know.
Yeah.
But she opens it up you can see there's just one regular size Funyun in there. That's it. Like, I don't know how that happens. And she was like, "Is this supposed to be a joke? Is she just like, is someone doing this on purpose to either tick you off or make you laugh?"
It's probably machines that do it.
Yeah, I bet you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
Oh, it's definitely
I didn't even think of that.
error.
You're exactly right.
Yeah, it's definitely a factory error and a machine that did that. Or she was trying to go viral and ate the rest of them and then put it back in and resealed it.
Dude, that's actually possible too.
It's very
Isn't it crazy that you have to second guess everything you hear and see today? Everybody's got an angle. Everybody. There's nothing that feels genuine anymore. Everybody's got an angle for something. And Rhino's point is exactly right. She could have totally done this, and I bought it.
Yeah, I mean, she might have been like, okay, I can understand her point. Maybe she felt like, wow, there's not a lot in here, so I'll eat the rest, and then I'm going to make a video.
Fascinating.
And show them it's just one.
Fascinating.
Because it's easy to reseal those.
Dude. Just a little super glue.
Oh, yeah.
You could do, absolutely. Anyway.
Blow some air in there.
Dude, now it makes me feel even worse.
Now I want some Funyuns.
That's exactly right.
The Flamin' Hot Funyuns.
I've not had those.
Are the best snack on the planet.
All right, I got to try those out. Yeah, it does. I got to try those out. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. Did you know that Donald Trump is now Joe Biden's vice president?
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there.
Let's start there, Rhino. She is qualified to be Vice President Trump. Don't you know?
Yes, she is. Yeah, sure. It is so mind-boggling that this is the president of the United States right now. And it's not, look, I could deal with a Democrat vice president or president if they actually made some sense. But having this man run the free world right now, that's a scary thought. He doesn't know who his vice president is. He doesn't know who his allies are. He calls his allies by their enemy names. This is a huge problem. I don't care. You can't sit there, Rachel Maddow, telling everybody like, hey, he's strong on foreign policy, and then he calls Zelensky Putin. That's not strong on foreign policy. It's a joke right now that this man is even on that stage. I think Trump better run. I mean, he ran with it last night. I hope he keeps it up and goes, I'm vice president and I'm calling for the 25th, because I think that's what the game he should play now and have some fun with it.
Yeah, see, I want him to stay quiet, dude. Just let the meltdown happen, man. Don't interrupt. I mean, I know what you're saying, because there's comedy gold waiting to happen. And
I'm
Trump
such a
is the king of
troll
it.
sometimes, you know?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe just slightly. Just
a little bit.
Yeah, but I think Trump should just absolutely let the meltdown continue, because the Democrats don't know what to do. Like I told you in the last segment, the Axios article out this morning talks about Biden has all the cards. There is expected to be dozens of Democrats to come out today and through the weekend and in early next week, dozens and dozens saying he needs to step down, but none of them have the power or authority to do it. The 25th is the only way to go. And like I said, that I think that's the cleanest way. If you're the Democrats, the cleanest way to do it is say, we're doing this for Joe's own safety, and there won't be a soul that can argue against that. No one can go, no, you shouldn't have done that. He is totally capable. Anybody with compassion whatsoever for a human being. And I don't agree with Joe Biden whatsoever, but I have compassion for him as a human.
Yeah.
And so I think using the 25th, if you're Kamala Harris or any of them, you're going to get a pass. Even if behind the scenes you are a power-hungry crazy person, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt because everybody knows it. Everybody sees it.
Yeah, everybody sees it, and the only ones that don't are the people in denial right now, or really, I don't even think they're in denial. They're just praying that somebody gets out and votes for Biden at this point, because the polls will start to show, and they're going to continue to show, and they've already shown after the debate, after last night's press conference, we're going to start seeing some of these polls come in. But just look at the headlines, and here's one from the Atlantic. A stubborn old narcissist ambles towards disaster. That's from the Atlantic, okay? They're talking about this man who's so narcissistic he won't step down, that he's going to continue, and now he's heading for the biggest disaster in American politics, which I believe already happened with the debate. Then you go down to some other really left-leaning things, papers or TV stations. It's all the same thing, that he can't do this. Wall Street Journal is Kamala Harris a stronger candidate than Biden? The strongest case for Biden is resilience. And I mean, this is a joke. This is all they're talking about at this point.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I'm reading also from Axios where some of the just regular folks in the Democrat Party, just employees of the Democrat Party, contributors to the Democrat Party that don't have any actual power. Like I was saying, the 25th, you could get away and you would look very presidential by saying we're doing this on Joe's behalf. These rank and file Democrats are like, be ruthless. We don't want you to glad-handed. We want you to do whatever it takes to get him out of office. Otherwise, we end up with Donald Trump, which is, I mean, good for us. That's our side's like, no, man, just let Joe continue on. And I think Joe's going to, because I think he knows that if he's pushed out, his family is fair game. Everybody's going to be just fine with Hunter Biden's laptop being used as evidence in court cases, which we know it already has, and then him being prosecuted because of it. There will be a free for all. The sharks are circling around the Biden family, and for them, they're like, let them go down in flames. We don't care. We just don't want to lose to Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main goal, is we can't lose to Trump. So the distraction for Democrats now is, hey, Biden's great on foreign policy. Biden's good here, there. It's okay that he's brain dead, because they don't care who's there. We've talked about it before. They've elected dead people. They care about whoever the puppet masters are. They don't even know who's running the entire country. They don't know who's making their decisions in their lives or guiding them in the direction. They just continue to go with it because they totally believe everything that the press has done, everything that these politicians have said about Donald Trump, that Donald Trump is Hitler, that Donald Trump will start World War III. They don't have the common sense to sit back and go, okay, hold on. I know I hate Republicans, but let's look at this. We wouldn't have to worry about NATO if Donald Trump was in charge, because there were no wars. We wouldn't have to worry about the border and people coming over and replacing, some of our hard work and what we've done, and really taking our money because Donald Trump didn't allow it. The reality is we're not safe with this man in charge right now.
No, and I think most Democrats are starting to say there's the 20% of people like my Aunt Peg who will sit and watch NBC News every night that are still buying in that everything's fine and whatever, right? But I think most people with a level head can look at what is happening and be in disbelief and realize that he shouldn't even finish his term right now. He should be taken out of office right now. But isn't it sad, though, that the media, had that debate not happened, the media was going to continue beating the drum that everything was okay? That's the thing that irritates me the most, I think.
Yeah, I think so, too. But, I think a lot of Americans, including obviously ourselves, yes, we're in the media. Yes, we do a opinionist job. We don't consider ourselves journalists. We're talking about what we see. But the reality is, I think people are starting to not believe any of them because, the left believed in everybody until they turned on Biden. Now look what they're saying. Oh, my God, this media is out of control. They're ridiculous. They're playing politics. Are you kidding me? We've watched this for 8 years. How have you not seen this before? they're going to start looking at things and saying, hold on, they really are trying to win and cheat. I hope America wakes up and says, especially Democrats, and says, hold on, they told us they're not going to allow illegals to vote, and now they are. See, the funny thing about the whole illegal thing, by the way, Tug, when we talk about foreign policy and the way this is working, they're playing the game that it's xenophobic and racist to brown people if we check citizenship.
Right.
Do you know that Chinese nationalists came across? Do you know Russian nationalists?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how many other people from other countries? So let me ask every Democrat, including Liberal John and everybody that listens to us that might be on the fence on this. Are you okay with Russian nationalists, Russian Christian nationalists? Let me throw that in there for you since you love throwing that out there. And all sorts of Chinese nationalists interfering in this election, not having to show citizenship, and voting for Donald Trump.
Well, that's the thing. They think the illegals are going to vote for Joe Biden. So that's the reason they're okay with it.
Because they're so racist, they think the only people coming across this border are brown people.
But to the point, though, it wouldn't matter to them. I don't think liberals would care one bit as long as Trump is not elected.
Of course.
If they're voting for Joe Biden, they do not care. The ends justifies the means.
But again, what if all the people that came across, which we know are millions of Russian nationalists and Chinese nationalists, are they okay with them voting in elections too?
Yeah, they wouldn't be, but I'm saying, but that's the thing. They don't care because they know that's not going to happen. A Chinese nationalist is not, even if they voted illegally, wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. They wouldn't, because that would strengthen the United States, which if they're here to benefit the Communist Party, then they would never do that. So they understand. That's why they're okay with it.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
because they're the ones who continually say that Russia and their spies are the ones who got Donald Trump elected in 2016. They're the ones who say Chinese,
but they know that's not the case.
Influencing our elections.
They know that's not the case.
They?
Yeah, they do.
I don't believe that.
You don't? See, I do.
No, I don't believe that. They say it all the time. They truly believe Russia is interfering.
Only the 20%.
No. No. I don't believe that, because they truly believe that Donald Trump.
If they thought Donald Trump was going to be elected by the illegals, they would not allow this. They would be on board with IDs.
So you're saying, hold on one second, Tug. Let me finish my point, because I think you're going to understand it when I say it. Do they not believe that Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump are best friends, and Putin wants Donald Trump in power? Oh, yes,
they don't believe that.
They believe Donald Trump and Putin want to be in power, so that Donald Trump, if he gets in power, will also help him continue to create havoc throughout
Only
Europe.
The 20% of washed in the blood Democrats believe that.
Oh, I believe they all do.
The folks in D.C. know that's all fake. We know that they paid for everybody knows that they paid for the Russian collusion. Everybody knows that they paid for the Steele dossier. Nobody believes that Putin and Trump are really good friends. Nobody believes that. The 20%, like my Aunt Peg, believe that. That's why.
Think more than that. I honestly
That's
think
why
more
they're
than
okay with the illegals voting, because they know the illegals are not voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I think they're blind to the fact that Russians and Chinese nationalists are coming across this border, and they're turning a blind eye to it.
No, nobody's
because they want to use xenophobia and racism. The left is blind to it. You think they pay attention to what's coming across the border? They don't care.
I think they absolutely know who's coming across the border. It's been widely reported 180 or 200% increase, maybe more than that, increase of Chinese nationals everywhere.
On CNN?
Everywhere. I've seen it everywhere.
No. On Fox News, yes, you and I see it. I don't think the regular Democrat sees that. They think they're all brown people coming across for humanitarian and for asylum reasons. They fall for everything that the Biden crime family tells them.
If they thought illegals were voting for Trump, they would not be in favor of letting illegals vote.
That's how blind they are to what's really happening at the border, Doug.
I think it's just the 20% like my Aunt Peg. That's just me, though. When we come back on Extra 106.3, we'll knock out the headlines. And look, if you feel differently than either Rhino or I, please call 404-741-1230. Love to know your opinion on this. When we come back, some of Biden's aides were hopeful that the big boy press conference would fix the problem, but not how you expect. Next on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Have you considered securing your family's future, protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease? Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit at nelsoneldercarelaw.com.
Intelligent technology that's more intuitive. Electrified power wrapped in sporty elegance. Meet the 2024 Mercedes-Benz C300 sedan. The leader of the pack with a sensual interior, the C300 sedan is a driver's delight and paradise for passengers. Experience the 2024 C300 sedan today. Lease one for just $539 per month for 36 months with $48.33 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through July 31st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. The Safe House crew hopes everyone is enjoying their vacation this summer. We know the criminals are watching and waiting for you to leave so they can bust in and steal your stuff. But hey, there is a solution. Come purchase a quality safe from Atlanta Safe House. And with summer rebates and specials, you can save hundreds and hundreds of dollars on a quality safe. And remember, don't let an illegal or crackhead deliver or move your safe. They could very well know your combination. So drop by the showroom or go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Wake up with the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. Woman just turned 108 years old. She's over in Alabama. Her name is Helen Denmark. Her birthday was this past Sunday. And they ask her how she feels and how she stays young. You are going to love her answer.
Well, I feel all right. I'll be here when I'm 110.
Yes, ma'am.
Helen says she stays young by drinking wine, eating dessert, and flirting with men with mustaches.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Big Joe, you are in luck. Board Op Joe Virgin River Rhino is in such luck with cougars like Helen Denmark.
108-year-old cougars.
That's right. She says she loves men with mustaches. Like Tom Selleck, I assume.
You know what? I mean, that is a sexy thing for certain people, and Joe looks really good with the mustache.
He does.
So I get it.
Yes, he does.
I get it.
Yeah.
He's adorable right now with that mustache and his new haircut all feathered up like it's 1980.
That's right.
Got a little wave in it.
Yeah, it does.
I like it.
We're going surfing.
Well, here you go. There you go. But then on top of it, she throws in drinking wine and eating desserts. That's how she's lived to 108. Like, I think probably neither of those are the answers, but I love the fact that she said it. You know what? Because I need an excuse to drink too much wine this weekend and have too many pieces of chocolate cake. That's just for me, though. That's
Wasn't there also that other 100-year-old lady that was like, the secret to me living is drinking 3 Dr. Peppers a day?
Oh, yeah, like Forrest Gump style.
That is an insane amount of sugar.
That's right.
And Dr. Pepper's not even that good.
What? Easy with that, killer.
Okay. I've got some crazy food opinions, but Dr. Pepper
is top of the line.
Nah, it's like C- tier.
Rhino, where do you stand on Dr. Pepper?
I like Dr. Pepper.
Me too, man.
The only time I get upset is when I go to a restaurant and I'm like, I would like a root beer, and they're like, we have Dr. Pepper. And then I get mad, I'm like, Dr. Pepper's not root beer.
Well, yeah, those are two completely
like cherry flavored.
The crazy thing is, even worse than that, is if they go, oh, we got Mr. Pibb.
Oh, Mr. Pibb? I love Mr.
Down.
Pibb.
No, what?
Yes.
Mr. Pibb is so
Mr. Pibb's way better than Dr. Pepper.
You might as well drink Dr. Thunder. You know, that you get at the grocery store.
What's Dr. Thunder?
That's like the Publix brand or something, I think. They have
sounds like a superhero.
That's right, it does. Give me a old Dr. Pepper with because instead of like a rum and Coke or a bourbon and Coke or something, I'll throw a Dr. Pepper in there sometimes and mix it up.
An old Thunder and Coke.
Yeah, exactly. It's living, man. I know how to live. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Axios, they were wild last night. They have let the dogs out, Rhino. Some of the White House staff were hoping that this NATO summit gaffe would push Biden over the edge. The media is ravenous and out for blood at this point, and it's so tame. Here's the thing that I take away from it, though. Even though they've turned on Biden the way they have, this is so tame compared to what they did to Donald Trump. The media still playing dumb. We had no idea that Joe Biden was compromised. He was protected. Do you think if this had been Trump, his dementia and Parkinson's would have been covered up the way they did with Joe Biden and have with Joe Biden and then pretended? No, of course not. They would have been reporting on it every day. When he fell at the Air Force Academy, it would have been national headlines for days and days and days, and he needs the 25th Amendment. They ignored it. They know it. They didn't report it because it was their guy. Now they have egg on their face and they want revenge for being useless hacks. That's the way I see Axios and the news media this morning as they're spinning out of control, hoping that that NATO summit is what ultimately pushes Joe Biden out the door.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like between the NATO summit, because he made plenty of gaffes there. Yep. His first day, I didn't think was that bad. I thought he actually did a pretty good job, although he did stumble through. He did have a hard time walking off the stage, certain things. But then yesterday was a complete disaster once again. And now you're not just looking at, you know, they tried to play the 90-minute card and they were trying to save this ship. They can't do it anymore, and none of the media can cover them for anymore. And all the lies are being exposed. All the media lies, all the covering they've done for the Biden administration, the Biden crime family, all the covering they've done for Democrats in general. It's all unraveling in front of their eyes. And they have created this by themselves. And you know what? Sorry, media. You should have done your job from the first moment that you had it. We've been able to do it. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we all talked. Tug, you and I have been talking about Joe Biden.
Since the station started.
Since it started. It's their fault. Let them drown with it.
Yeah, no, I think it's great, man. Hand them an anchor. You know, just let them drown. Because the media hatred is at an all-time high. And the interesting thing, I think, is the fact that young people are the ones that believe the media is the most corrupt. They're the ones that see this media lying to them with reckless abandon and knowing that nothing they say is going to be fact-checked, nothing they say is going to be with any sort of honesty. And it really is an epidemic, I think. And I love the fact that young voters have been really, really quick to trade in the mainstream media, the drive-bys, as Rush Limbaugh would have called them, for social media. Because if you're on X, are there people on there that's going to spread lies on both sides? Yes, there are. But you have the ability to weed through it and see what makes sense. You have to use your common sense. You have to use your own intelligence. You have to use your own true north to figure out what is honest and what is true. And I love the fact that the young folks are leading this charge. You and I have been saying it a long time, but I'm 47, you're 50. Dude, we aren't going to influence a whole lot of young people. They're coming to this conclusion on their own, which is beautiful. It gives me hope for the future of America.
Yeah, I think they're starting to listen a lot more to more conservative talk, or people out there that know more about podcasting and people who understand finances, where the economy's heading, because I think that's very important to the youth. They are all realizing. I mean, Joe's a perfect example of somebody who's in their 20s who wants to have a future that has to live with his parents until he is able to find a mortgage rate that would fit, or even rent that'll fit, because what the Biden administration has done, what Democrats have continued to do, is they've pushed this to the point inflation is out of control, the interest rates are out of control, and because of that, all these companies are coming in, buying these houses, forcing companies like apartment complexes to go ahead and raise their rent to stay up with the rent of housing. So this is going to contribute to a lot of youth going, hold on, I have no future. And I'm glad they're doing their own research on this.
Let me give you they did a Rasmussen poll of younger voters and the outlets that they feel like they can trust. And this is not good for any of the outlets, including Fox News. 26% of people asked in this poll believes that Fox News is going to tell them the truth. 26%. I mean, dude, that is low. That's belly low.
Yeah. Me and Andrew both thought that was high.
You think?
Because I feel like a lot of people think Fox News is just so conservative that you can't believe anything on there either.
But I think at 26% out of 100, dude, who's buying? I mean, that's damning for everyone is my point. So I think maybe we're kind of saying the same thing. 12% for CNN, 10% for MSNBC, 9% for ABC News, 8% for Newsmax, 6% for CBS, 4% for NBC, News Nation, 1%. And if you ask, like, what do you think of all of them? Like, do you trust any of them? No, nobody does. Nobody trusts any of them. And that's the thing, Rhino, because they've lied. They've told you Joe Biden is just fine for 3.5 years. They've lied to you for 3.5. Now, they've been doing it for years and years and years. But it's under a microscope. You can't miss it unless you're my Aunt Peg, who sits glued to MSNBC, and every word they say is the God's honest truth, knowing that that's not the case. And I can't discuss it with her because she gets so emotional, like Democrats do. But that's the thing. They've been lying to you this long, but they can't hide it anymore. They've lied to you for 3.5 years, acted like that what was happening with Joe Biden wasn't happening.
Yeah, you can't trust any of the press, and we talk about that as well. And I'll tell everybody, don't ever believe everything I say. Do your own research.
That's right.
But, at least make sure your research is from reputable sources. Don't send me stuff that, I did my research. Here's from Axios. Here's from Politico. These are all rags that continue to write because they have a narrative that they want to push, and they pick up on it. And these young writers and these, kids who come out of college now, we already understand the faculty lounge, the college professors that continue to teach our children a certain way or put their own spin on the way they want these children to think. Those are becoming the writers. They're coming out and doing that. So do your own research. I don't trust Fox News. I listen to Fox News. I feel like they're a little bit more fair. I think they are still on one side rather than the other, but they are telling more of the truth than some of the others. That's for sure.
Maybe so. Board Up Joe's got a question.
When y'all were growing up in school, did they teach you how 24-hour news is used to create stories that aren't seemingly there to make money because you have to keep the news going? and how that affects the biases and opinions of people?
No, because early on in school, and Rhino can speak to this as well, CNN was just in its infancy when I was probably elementary into early middle school, right? It was still in its youngest of forms. So nobody really knew what that type of media coverage was going to do and how it was going to sway people. Rhino, what do you think?
Yeah, I when I was younger, I really did not pay attention to much more than reading in newspapers and listening to teachers, listening to, older people, listening to people talk about things, and then trying to figure it out on my own. I kind of read more newspapers than I watched TV back then and did my own research there as well. I mean, that was the only way. But I had to feel, because there was no other outlet, I had to kind of believe the Times, the Post, and all the New York Daily News, those kind of things, because that's where we got all our reading.
I think it's such a big generational gap because me and Andrew, we grew up with the internet. We grew up having multiple 24-hour news services. And like from elementary school, it was don't believe everything you read on the internet. Do your research yourself. Don't believe all that.
But that's the problem. The internet seems more dangerous to me, Tug, than it did actually having papers when we were younger or reading. What did you read up in Dalton? Did you guys read the AJC for news?
No, we did. We read
the local.
We watched local and read the Daily Citizen news. That was what was delivered to the house every day. And now it's one of the most liberal little newspapers I've ever seen in my life. It's crazy. I don't know that I realized it then.
Yeah.
But
now
it
probably wasn't,
I don't know. Hard to know because I don't have anything to go back and look at to have perspective, but maybe you're right.
It's one of those things where it seems that a lot of these kids and teachers got the kids into journalism so they could go ahead and write that narrative. And that's why they wanted to get involved in some of these more conservative or regular small towns and get these jobs to these young kids, knowing they'd take them and then be able to use their influence to push communism, socialism, and the democratic way in their minds. It really did kind of open my eyes when I do read today compared to what I remember when I was younger from the same, look, the Post was never this far right in New York. It was kind of in the middle. The Daily News, New York Times, kind of, but they were, New York Times used to be way more reputable.
But I don't think people realized that it was so liberal because it's always been super liberal. I think
it's got
now.
More liberal.
Oh
now.
No, it's progressively like it's in communist socialist land now. It used to be really left. Now it's like off the planet. It doesn't make sense. Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, July 12th. 2 more Georgia football players were arrested and charged with reckless driving, even after the horrible tragedy that took the lives of Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix a year and a half ago. Jonathan Bo Hughley was booked in Athens Clark County Jail on charges of failure to maintain lane and reckless driving, and was also involved in a single car crash. The following night, Smael Mondin was charged with reckless driving and racing on streets. Fellow football player DeMello Lee Jones was also stopped. The school has not released any comments. A Carroll County deputy was surprised after he was called out by Michelle Turner to talk about her grandson about the dangers of riding his bike on a busy highway. The deputy found 3 minors at the location and was told by the kids that they were home alone next door. The grandmother, Michelle Turner, said she was tired of taking care of all those kids that belonged to Jessica and Steve Bailey. The deputy reported stench of animal urine and feces in the home, a fridge with a lock on it, no food in the house, and no cooling system. Jessica and Steve were arrested for cruelty to children and transported to the Carroll County Jail. And in sports, Arizona Diamondback Brandon Pfaadt outpitched ace Max Fried last night in Arizona, pitching 6 strong innings without allowing a run. Max Fried was also strong in a 1-0 loss to the Diamondbacks. The Braves have now lost 2 in a row as they head to San Diego to take on the Padres this evening in a 9:40 start. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Tucker, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra on Extra 1063. When we come back, 2 new problems for Biden have popped up in Georgia for the upcoming November election. Next on Extra 1063, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 1063. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 1063 app.
When you're leaving the house, do you plead with your garage door? Please open, please open. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let us take that anxiety away with one quick call. Our highly trained technicians will get to the bottom of your garage door issues. It could be a simple repair, a malfunctioning opener, or maybe just needs a tune-up. But if it's time for your garage door to be replaced, we'll make that easy too with upfront pricing and free estimates. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.com.
Hey guys, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly. Have you heard the buzz about Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy?
Thanks, Tara. I'm Dr. Eugene Wallace, CEO and head of schools of Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy in Austell, Georgia. We are Christian, scholarly, affordable, and relational. Seeds of Excellence is committed to nurturing the whole child, spirit, mind, and body. From daily Bible classes to weekly chapel services, advanced technology, world languages, fine arts, athletics, national competitions, and a dedicated team of great professionals, our scholars from 6 weeks to 8th grade receive quality care through a premier education grounded in Christian worldviews. By blending the Abeka curriculum with Georgia State standards, we offer a comprehensive and faith-based learning environment that equips our scholars for success. We are thrilled to partner with Our Town Monthly. We want everyone in the community to read all about us.
You're right, Doc. Seeds of Excellence is a perfect fit. Friends, explore SOECA.net and experience the difference today.
Get ready. Diamonds Direct will forever change the way you shop for jewelry. With over 80 years experience in direct sourcing, Diamonds Direct is finally opening in Atlanta. Customers across the Southeast know Diamonds Direct for their unbeatable selection and prices, but return again and again because of their unparalleled customer experience. The experts at Diamonds Direct are your advocate in the dizzying world of diamonds, ensuring you are nothing shy of confident in your purchase. How do they do it? With the best selection, the best quality, and the best price. In fact, Diamonds Direct guarantees they won't just meet any local price, they'll beat it. So if you can dream it, Diamonds Direct can deliver it. Build your own engagement ring, tap into their custom design studio, or choose from hundreds of ready-to-wear styles. No other jeweler can maximize your budget like Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct, coming soon to Buckhead and ready to amaze Atlanta with the best selection, the best quality, the best price, and the best people guaranteed.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Are you self-employed? Did you receive 1099s in 2021? Congress approved up to $32,220 in refundable COVID tax credits for you, not loans. This is your money, up to $32,220, waiting for you to claim it. Check your eligibility in less than 30 seconds at smartsetc.com. Our former IRS auditors will help you claim it. It's fast, easy, and has no upfront cost. Millions qualify, but time is running out. Visit smartsetc.com now and check your eligibility in just 30 seconds. That's smartsetc.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Xtra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. Appreciate the calls this morning at Xtra 106.3 across the social media platforms. At Tug Coward, at Rhino Extra 106.3, at Front Office Lows, and at Joe Tom Virgin for Board Joe. So there's some bad things that are happening here in the state of Georgia when it comes to the November election. If you're talking about for Joe Biden, for Donald Trump, it actually helps. There have been a couple guys that have asked to get access to the ballot, providing the 7,500 signatures that it takes to access the ballots, and that is Cornel West and RFK Jr. Rhino.
Yeah, RFK is a huge problem for Biden, but he might also be the answer for Democrats, although I don't believe
No, they're not smart enough to do it.
No, they're not smart enough to work that out. RFK should cause a lot of problems for Biden. These are the kind of issues that other people need to bring up besides just Republicans who have it right, which is the real threat to democracy is the Democrat Party. And I love that one of their own, RFK Jr., who, again, is a legacy Democrat, is bringing this issue up.
Yeah, it's so good to think. I mean, because I agree with RFK Jr. on about, 40% of things. You know, like I don't, maybe 40%. I don't dislike him necessarily. I actually feel kind of bad for him. The fact that the Democrats have ousted him the way they have. Yeah. Because of his legacy past, as you bring up. And look, it's better for my side. It's better for the side that I agree with. But at the same time, I feel bad for the Democrats. And I don't know why. It's hard because Joe Biden is basically a cadaver. I feel terrible in the fact that they're treating this man the way they are, especially his wife and son who are saying, no, you need to continue, forge forward. You need to stay in this race because our power and our freedom rely on it, because Hunter's going to be in jail, and jail obviously is power hungry as they possibly as anybody I've ever seen. And with RFK, they've tossed him aside like a piece of trash, and he might be the one that's actually competitive.
Yeah, you know what, though? I don't feel bad for any of them because they've done this to themselves.
No,
Why?
I know.
I feel bad for them. They've
on a
lied
human
to their
level.
constituent.
On a human level, I feel
bad. RFK Jr. is further left and more dangerous to this country than Joe Biden is.
Well,
RFK Jr. has no record of doing anything and picks Nicole Shanahan, one of the most progressive, and in fact calls herself a democratic socialist. No, I don't feel bad for any of them. They turn on their own. Let them. They've done one thing. They've divided everybody in this country. They divide them into tyrannical minorities. That's what Democrats do, and they're dividing themselves now. I don't feel bad for them. Let this entire
I'm happy
sink.
it's happening. I'm just saying on the human level. That's what
he's
I'm
a bad person.
No, you think RFK's a bad person?
Absolutely. I think he's
What makes you say that?
What makes me say that?
Yes. Yeah.
Look at his policy. Look what he wants to do to this country.
Well,
he's a bad person who wants to destroy the democracy of this country, and he wants to destroy the republic and base this on a socialist system. And you know what? He is a legacy guy, like I said. His entire family will come back to his side when they realize who he is and what he wants to do, and now that he's not going up against Biden, and they'll try to continue the socialist idea.
Yeah, I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's got bad ideas. I think he has bad policies. I think all that's correct. I don't know that I think he's left to Joe Biden. I think he and Joe are neck and neck. And maybe on some things, I could say you saying that he's more left, but I mean, the new Green Deal is about as left as you could possibly get. I mean, that's leftism at its finest. His takes on the environment, I mean, are seemingly right in line with Joe Biden. Everything there, I don't want either one of them. At the end of the day, them being in the race is actually better for Donald Trump. So that's something to celebrate, in my opinion. So the fact that they are there, Joe Biden is probably scrambling. The people in Joe Biden's administration, they already know Georgia's out of reach. But if RFK and Cornel West are on the ballot, that's 8 points. 7 for RFK and 1 for Cornel West that ain't going to Joe Biden because they were never going. Those people were never voting for Trump anyway.
Yeah, I agree. Here's where I'm going to go different with you, though, on this. I'm sorry. Is that John Kennedy was actually an activist for environmental policy. So
yeah, he's a lawyer. He's an environmental lawyer.
Exactly. And part of the New Green Deal is all part of what he and his people have put in and
but Joe
continue
Biden
to
passed
work on.
it.
Of course Joe Biden passed it because it was RFK Jr. who pushed it through and his geopolitical interests.
So they're in line.
He continues that. Yeah, he's in line, but you know what? He listened to Kennedy. That's why I feel like Kennedy's more dangerous when you talk about abortion rights and all of that. These are people who are very dangerous when it comes to it. He might be right on the vaccines. He is wrong
I think he is there.
Else.
That's what I said. Yeah. There's those few things that we overlap on with the vaccine,
but he's doing
for sure.
That for what? To go different so that he can win a race. I don't trust RFK Jr. as far as I could throw him. But,
and
again,
with DOJ weaponization, he's with
either.
Trump there.
Huh?
He's there. He's with Trump on DOJ weaponization, too, which there's another.
But again, because they turned on him.
Right. But whatever the reason, it doesn't matter the reason. The fact that he realizes and recognizes it is a good thing. But ultimately, the thing is, him being on the ballot is bad for Biden, which is good for us.
Yeah, I think it's great for, and I've said this from the beginning, it's great for Trump. And I know that, some of the guys on our show, told me, no, it's gonna affect Trump just as much. No, this is taking down Biden. And I think part of that is because RFK Jr. stood up and said, hold on. This is the real threat to democracy. I'm not even allowed to primary him.
Yeah, right. But that's like a marketing campaign. It's like it's like green energy. That's a marketing campaign. It's not real.
Right.
And with the weaponization of the DOJ and the things that Joe Biden has done against RFK to keep him off the ballot. Yeah, that's an actual threat to democracy.
They're keeping Secret Service away from the man or any kind of protection as well, the DOJ.
Which he deserves.
That's how bad this has become. Yes, he does.
He actually deserves it. And I don't agree with him on most things, but the man deserves, if he's running for president, he deserves some sort of protection because there's some crazies out there that'll be willing to kill anybody.
Especially nowadays.
Yes, for sure.
Now, in reality, he's complaining because both Biden and Trump have had it, but Trump was a former president. Of course he's got that kind of protection. Nobody else in this race has it.
It didn't matter in Mar-a-Lago.
No.
That he had that kind of protection. They still kicked in the doors.
Oh, well, of course. They don't care.
Back to the weaponization. Yeah, to the weaponization of the DOJ, which is bad news for all Americans. Good news in Georgia that RFK will be on the ballot. And
very good news.
Yeah, absolutely. The number one. Yeah, that's right. The number one trend on Google this morning is the topic of our next discussion. On Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station on the app's best way to listen. Get that free for Apple and Android. Just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta and take us with you wherever you go. You're going out of town this weekend? You can still listen. We got great programming all weekend long here on Extra 106.3. So make sure you're listening and make sure you're involved with the station. Follow us on social media at Extra 106.3 across the platforms. This is the Morning Extra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
I'm an attorney, as you know. Practiced 17 years, but it was really dull. I only did criminal defense work one time. I represented an obviously guilty client and got a not guilty verdict from the jury. Never represented a guilty client in front of a jury again. Really, because I was just too good at it. Very humble brag there. But why bring this up? Well, I just spent last evening watching Cops on it's one of my favorite programs. Bad boys, bad boys. I especially like the tased and confused versions where somebody ends up getting a taser in the butt. But I'm irritated by this little disclaimer they put there. These people are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. What a bunch of hogwash. Once you have committed a crime, you are guilty of committing that crime. You murder somebody, you're a murderer, whether or not you've been adjudicated guilty in a court of law. This innocent until proven guilty thing only counts for the government, because only the government can punish you for a crime by depriving you of your life, your liberty, or your property. So the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. As for the rest of us great unwashed, we know what you did, and we know that you're guilty as sin. But we can't do anything about it. That's up to the government. That's why the government has that hurdle to clear. So let's stop with that innocent until proven guilty nonsense and change that disclaimer on cops to these suspects are guilty as hell, but they can't be punished for their crime until a jury gives the thumbs up or thumbs down, as the case may be. And no, I don't care what you did. I am not going to represent you. At this point, you don't have enough money. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
New York Post, Duke Medical School claims it is white supremacy culture to expect people of color to be on time. They put a guide out, basically, that nitpicking about being on time and dress codes and speech and work style is negative, and white supremacy culture is that white people, our thoughts, beliefs, and actions are superior to people of color, and that we need to stop asking people of color to be on time.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Hey, for the record, if I'm on time to do my job right and you're not, I am better than you.
Yes.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Business as usual. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President Biden gets his daily briefing this morning, then heads to Michigan for a campaign event after saying repeatedly at his first solo news conference of the year, wrapping up a NATO summit in D.C., that he's the most qualified person for the job and the most qualified to beat Donald Trump in November.
Running for a second term, the president says, is not about his legacy.
And because, look, I got more work to do. We got more work to finish. There's so much, we made so much progress. Think about it.
Dismissing concerns from a growing number of Democrats urging him to drop out of the race, President Biden says he's unlikely to change his mind.
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win.
But the president says no one and no poll is saying that. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Nevertheless, it's now 18 Democrats in Congress saying the president should let somebody else be the nominee. South Carolina Senate Republican Lindsey Graham on Fox.
We need the president of the United States to take a neurological exam, and here's why he won't. He will fail it.
The president says tests as recently as February show that he's in good shape neurologically. Former President Trump's legal team has filed for the dismissal of his criminal indictment and conviction in New York, saying last week's Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity means some of the evidence should not have been allowed. A heat wave in the West lingers on. More than a dozen deaths in Santa Clara County, California this month are being investigated as heat-related.
Valley Health System ER physician Grant Lipman says the body's inability to cool can lead to heat stress and heat stroke.
When people walk out into these really intense temperatures, one of the body's reaction is that you have a shunting of blood from the core to the periphery to try to cool down.
County officials say the need now is to raise awareness in older residents or those with small children.
KTVU TV's Jesse Gary. There are still more than 1 million power outages in Texas since Hurricane Beryl Monday. At least 2 flood deaths are reported in Vermont. America's listening to Fox News.
NYPD officer Jonathan Diller's tragic story made national headlines this year. Now, Jonathan was shot and killed by a career criminal during a traffic stop. Jonathan, who is just 31 years old, leaves behind his wife Stephanie and 1-year-old son Ryan. Now, nothing will ever replace the loss of a husband and a father, but the Tunnel to Towers Foundation was able to pay off the mortgage on the Diller family's home. Please commit to $11 a month. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230. Thanks for all the calls this morning and all the social media posts as well at Extra 106.3 across all the social media platforms. Rhino, what's the plan for the weekend, man? You're just working on the house the whole time in North Carolina?
No. We're just going to try to get some stuff done, today and the rest of the weekend. Hopefully, weather permitting, we're going to spend time on the water. We're going to try to get to the beach today and then maybe just kind of float around on our paddle boards throughout the rest of the weekend. So just an enjoyable one.
Shoot, yeah, that's awesome.
What about you?
Man, we've been invited to a friend's family's compound, and it's like 100 acres, and it's on the Georgia-South Carolina line. I guess it's a couple hours away, and it's like 10 houses, and they've got a shooting range and a bowling alley and multiple swimming pools, and this is like a compound. And so we're going skeet shooting. We're going to shoot handguns. It's just going to be an adventurous weekend, man. It's going to be
That's awesome.
It sounds like so much fun. And then, when you're done, have too many cold pops and go swimming.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, man, I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it. So probably going to leave about noon today to head up there. So it sounds very similar to what y'all been. Yeah. How close are you to the beach? Where are you in North Carolina? So folks know, girlfriend Erin has a house up there. And you guys have been working on it and getting that thing in tip-top shape, going to look amazing. But I don't know exactly in North Carolina where you are.
So we're on the inner banks, if you were to call it anything. Yeah. So, we're about an hour from the Outer Banks to get to the beach. We're on the Sound, the Albemarle Sound. So, beautiful area right on the water.
Albemarle. And that's where Kelly Pickler was from. Do y'all remember Kelly Pickler?
Yes, Kelly Pickler.
Was she a model? She was a country singer. She was
American Idol.
American Idol, that's right.
Yeah.
And
cute as can be.
Yeah, and saddest story ever. Her husband killed himself like 6 months ago.
Yeah,
Lord. Yeah, it was that's why she was popped back up in the news all of a sudden. And I still to this moment don't know the who, what, when, where, why. It's been very quiet in Nashville. Yeah, but that's where she's from, is Albemarle, North Carolina. And so yeah, man, that sounds like a terrific weekend. And hopefully y'all will have just the best time ever and be safe and spend time on the water. Because anytime you can get to the beach, man, holy cow. Big board op Joe, what you doing?
I'm working the Braves Saturday.
Big time.
Running the board
for
that. Luckily, it's not a 9:30 start as they've been all week. And then me and two of my friends are going over to one friend's house. We're going to watch that new terrible Star Wars show and make fun of it all in a day.
Why would you waste time doing that if you know it's going to be bad?
You don't like to hate watch?
No, I hate watching.
I love to hate watch. I love watching bad movies. Go to the theater, yell in the theater, make fun of it, be the only ones there.
No.
It's great. I love it.
I'm not down with that. Intern Andrew, what are you doing?
Playing golf today.
All right.
Working Bucks camp tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome. Bucks quarterback camp.
Yeah, Bucks quarterback camp.
Our co-worker, Buck Ballou, 80 national champion at University of Georgia quarterback, does a free quarterback camp. And then they have wide receivers out there, too, obviously running for the quarterbacks, but they're coached up by Brian Finneran, former Atlanta Falcon, who also works on our sister station, 680 The Fan. So you're working that? That's cool.
Working that, and then after that, I guess
find something to get
Find something to do.
I love it. All right.
Maybe a movie.
The big boy presser, Rhino, just did not go very well. He stumbled. Joe Biden stumbled through this solo press conference, and you knew it was going to be bad when they had to come out and call it a big boy press conference. You heard Karine Jean-Pierre say it a few days ago, and then John Kirby. Yeah, he was like, I guess we're calling it the big boy press conference. You know,
that skepticism right there in his voice.
Absolutely it was.
Tug, it's almost as if they use this word, he's going to do a big boy press conference, almost as if they meant it to be a joke. They meant it to bring Biden down.
Yeah, to damage him. I think you're right, dude.
It doesn't seem like if you just came off a debate where you seemed like a child or you acted like a child and everybody was doubting your mental, or your cognitive ability. Yeah. Why would you call this a big boy press conference and mock it?
Don't know.
Unless you wanted him to fall.
Well, that if you believe what Axios has reported, and they're as left as they can possibly be, owned by the folks that own the AJC, they said aides were hoping this would be the moment that takes Joe Biden out. And this is his aides, his inner circle, so that would be John Kirby. That would be Karine Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, it would be. And I truly believe, if I were a Democrat, I wouldn't trust anybody. I mean, look, if I'm a Republican, I wouldn't trust anybody behind my back. None of them in politics would I ever trust. But they're sabotaging this man at this point. I don't think he's going to make it. I really don't. And I'm not saying dying. I'm saying I don't think he'll make it to the convention at this point. Not after last night. Not after the jokes. Regardless of what you think foreign policy-wise, all he did was kind of talk about people paying their fair share, the NATO alliance coming together, and he tried to bash Trump, and in doing it, he called him the vice president. That's the main topic of today, Tug, and that's what's going to bring him down, is another failed attempt at trying to be presidential. And he looked like a complete fool last night again.
Absolutely. There's no question about it, but I think he's so insulated, he doesn't know, because if you remember last night, he talked about, well, if I see polls that say I'm going to definitely lose, then I'll step aside. That means he's not seeing any polling because he would see that. Every poll shows it. And then he came back 5 minutes later and said, well, I don't trust the polls anyway. So, nothing he said made sense. Nothing was coherent. Nothing went together. It was bizarre at best.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. And look, this big boy press conference is going.
You sound silly saying it.
I can't even get over it. This is the United States of America, the strongest country in the world, the leader, or supposed to be the leader, and we're not, because we're calling a press conference a NATO. If this was a press conference about something that happened in Chicago, okay, but on a world stage, you're going to call this the big boy press conference?
It's embarrassing.
You raised awareness that, hey, we're going to talk to all our allies and about all our allies on the 75th anniversary of NATO, and we're going to do it in the big boy press conference. It is embarrassing, and it's time for this Biden administration to disappear. But they are going to play their cards, all their cards. And Jill and Hunter have come up with a plan on how they're going to get away with all the crimes. And they are going to keep them in there until they get the deal they want.
Yeah, like the golden parachute, as Lois has brought up, sweeten the deal. I don't even think it then, because I'm not convinced he's leaving. I've seen nothing to make me believe that he's going to leave or that they can make him leave without the 25th Amendment, which, as I've said, is the cleanest way to do it, in my opinion. If they invoke that, then they can at least say it's for his own good, he's not capable, and everybody would go along with it. Even
then
me,
I would be a doctor, though, right?
What's that?
They need the doctor's report to come back and say, hey, he's sick at that point, right?
Yeah, which that would be leaked. At some point, that's going to get leaked. There's not a chance with everything, with everybody in the administration wanting this to go away because they know they're going to lose. then that has to be the next thing to leak, because that would kick open the door for the 25th Amendment. And I expect it any day now, maybe this weekend. But they've got to do it soon, man. They're running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think Vice President Trump will smile when she's going through the 25th Amendment?
Probably not, because Vice President Trump will be, she'll understand that it's a serious situation, and she can't smile then. When it's all over with and they're patting her on the back, Vice President Trump, hey, you're going to be the next president, then she'll probably smile.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, she seems so evil, too, at the same time. I mean, we know she's obsessed with power.
No doubt.
So I'd expect her to be like, yeah, I'm going to, like, almost a smirk, like trying to hide it back. You're right.
Maybe so. Yeah,
she can't do it.
Maybe so. Maybe so. It could go that way.
I don't know, man. Look, I can't imagine them running him again.
But they don't have any choice unless, without the 25th or him stepping down, and he says he's not going to.
They are not going to win this race. So
no, they're not.
Either the donors are all going to pull back and say, you know what?
And they already have. They've already started.
Yeah.
The money's drying up. Axios reporting that this morning, too.
Yeah, they're going to want their money back. And I mean, even when you look at Hollywood and you look at Clooney and him saying, hey, I know I raised $30 million. I'm not smart enough to handle $30 million if I really thought this guy was cognitively there, and I ended up raising this kind of money for him. So I think that a lot of people are just going to kind of start pulling their money back or ask for their money back, because there's no way that this man can go ahead and win this race.
No, that's right.
They want the House. They want the Senate. They have to run on abortion. They have to run on
women's
stacking
rights.
The Supreme Court, women's rights, yep. And they have to run on the threat of Donald Trump and the fake Project 2025 that they keep putting out there. That's all they have at this point.
Yeah.
And cheating.
Well, yeah, there's going to be plenty of that for sure. Just get ready, buckle up. And
no, just let illegals vote for you.
Yeah, well, which is what they're completely in favor of and are going to allow, because that law that was, or the bill that was passed in the House, the SAVE Act, is not going to make it through the Senate. The Senate has already said we're not going to. And even if it were, Biden's already said he's going to veto it. So, yes, they want that. The cheating, the influence will be there. There's no doubt about
it.
It's just, dude, total traitors. I mean, this is like, I can't think of anything more blatant than Benedict Arnold than this.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to absolutely take what is important to Americans, which is showing ID to vote. I think it's got like an 87% approval rating across all backgrounds, across all political ideals. Everybody agrees on that, and yet the Congress can't get it done. The Senate can't get it done. The president is going to veto it, even if they were. So that tells you where the influence they need is, and where they depend on what they're depending on.
Yeah, those are two separate things, too. I mean, we only have a few states that actually require a photo ID. Otherwise, you could just use a bill. They are saying that citizens don't need to show any kind of, or non-citizens don't need to show any kind of citizenship. So even if that gets them the ID. This way they can go ahead and say, hey, okay, everybody has an ID. Because then they get the illegal citizenship. It's a game that the Democrats are playing, one or the other, because they want to make it look like they care about secure elections. In reality, we know they don't.
Yes, no. And then CNN has been reporting, and this article came out yesterday, CNN saying the entire Biden presidency has been a sham. And I couldn't help but think, well, you don't say. Anybody that was paying attention knows that. CNN knew it, but wouldn't report it because it would have benefited Trump, and they hate Trump. TDS is so strong that they would rather have a demented man pretending to be okay and them going along with it than having Donald Trump be elected. And now they're forced to address it. It's like CYA at this point. No, we're really a news organization. We're not as corrupt as you think we are, And CNN and the rest of the mainstream media, they've been complicit in this for 3.5 years. For them to have the cojones to write an article saying we didn't know that, now this article says the Biden administration has been a sham for 3.5 years. Y'all knew it, and you did nothing about it.
Yeah, look, they know that this is a huge problem for them, and it's going to make Americans not trust them at all when they really endorse anybody for a job. So, yeah, we can't trust them, and they know they've lost trust of the American people, or at least most of the American people, because I think a lot of people are just kind of hey, we were hoping to get away with this. We were hoping that we could get a cognitively declined guy into the office for 2024. And even if Kamala Harris, who again has no brain on her own, she has to go to the puppet masters to get their what they want and what they need and go through them first. They were okay with that. But now, will they trust any of it? I think they will. I mean, Democrats, they kind of just stay together and will spin anything they can to make Trump look bad. That's how bad, you're right, the TDS is.
Yeah, they're willing to hide the man's dementia, hide the man's Parkinson's up until the debate. And then when the dam broke, now they have to go into, oh, we didn't know mode. And I don't believe that. And you brought up the George Clooney thing, which is another clear lie. The fact that he did this event with Joe Biden, raising over $30 million, and you're saying you had no idea that this man was not cognitively capable of doing the job that you're raising $30+ million for, you, sir, are not honest. That's the way I feel.
Sorry.
I was just.
It clicked out of my ear, and I lost you there for a second.
No worries. I was just saying that guys like George Clooney is no different than the media. They're no better than the media, or he's no better than the media to raise $30+ million for somebody, pretending that he was just fine. And now that he feels like he's in the clear, that he's okay to say that Joe Biden's not okay, now he's doing it. Had the debate not happened, that I think that's the linchpin on all of it. Had the debate not happened, this sham would still be going on. George Clooney wouldn't be calling for him to step down, and he would be proud that he raised $30+ million for him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they're going to continue to go down the path of, hey, anybody but Trump, anybody but Trump, anybody but Trump. And they're going to keep lying to the American people about who Trump is, Project 25, anything they can do to kind of work this into where, hey, the money looks good. We did go with Biden. Look what they're doing today. They're saying his foreign policy was strong. His foreign policy was strong yesterday, and we know that.
Nothing was strong. And even if it was, him calling Kamala Trump and him calling Zelensky Putin took away anything that he said, because that's not the focus. Just like when Trump, he could have said anything he wanted. He could have said the most profound things in the world during the debate. No one would remember it because of all of the blunders of Biden and the blank stares and the craziness. Nobody would remember any of it. So it doesn't matter what Joe Biden said last night. His gaffes became the story. So he may have given us the best that we've ever heard, which I didn't believe he did, when it comes to foreign policy, but nobody's going to remember that anyway. All they remember are the gaffes. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their website.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, July 12th. 2 more Georgia football players were arrested and charged with reckless driving, even after the horrible tragedy that took the lives of Devin Willick and Chandler LaCroix a year and a half ago. Jonathan Bo Hughley was booked in Athens Clarke County Jail on charges of failure to maintain lane and reckless driving, and was involved in a single car crash. The following night, Smile Munden was charged with reckless driving and racing on the streets. Fellow football player DeMelo LaJones was also stopped. The school has not released any comment. A Carroll County deputy was surprised after he was called out by Michelle Turner to talk to her grandson about the dangers of riding his bike on a busy highway. The deputy found 3 minors at the location and was told by the kids that they were home alone. The grandmother, Michelle Turner, said she was tired of taking care of all the kids that belonged to Jessica and Steve Bailey. The deputy reported the stench of animal urine and feces, a fridge with a lock on it, no food in the house, and no cooling system. Jessica and Steve were arrested for cruelty to children and transported to the Carroll County Jail. In sports, Arizona Diamondback Brandon Pfaadt outpitched ace Max Fried last night in Arizona, pitching 6 strong innings without allowing a run. Max Fried was also strong in the 1-0 loss to the Diamondbacks. The Braves have now lost 2 in a row as they head to San Diego to take on the Padres this evening in a 9:40 start.
When we come back on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los on the air until 10, then Beck, Clay, and Buck, and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer. The New York Times plea to the GOP is almost humorous. Can't wait to tell you what they're asking the GOP to do. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's shopping center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but at A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. That's the driving force behind everything we do. If you or a loved one has been arrested across town or across the country, you need help now. A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast with bondsmen throughout Atlanta to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Well, Michael, I want to thank you for your time, but unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and quite frankly, we were concerned.
About what?
Apparently, you were arrested for throwing a shopping cart at a customer?
In my defense, he had it coming.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Extra 106.3, worldwide on the Extra app.
Tucker, Rhino, Lowe's on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. I got to make a trip by Costco today, pick up a couple bottles of cases of water, and just the stuff you need when you go on a weekend trip. I mean, you got to get the heavy-duty bottles of ketchup. I mean, there's 3 of them. We'll never use that much, but for some reason, we always go there and get them anyway. And then the gigantic things of mustard and the gigantic bottles of water. And while I'm there, I may pick up something that Costco's been selling for a while, but there's a new video all over Instagram. You can find me at Tug Cowart. You can find Rhino. What's your Instagram? I don't know. Does Rhino have an Instagram? I don't know if he does or not. But anyway, you can find Extra 1063 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms there. Anyway, this video is all over Instagram. They have apocalypse dinner kits. You get a bucket of emergency food with 132 servings and a 25-year shelf life.
So I'm in Costco. I've never seen anything like this before. They have emergency food supply. I guess this is for when the apocalypse hits. We get teriyaki rice, pasta alfredo, cheesy macaroni, apple cinnamon cereal, tomato soup with pasta, creamy pasta and vegetables, brown sugar and maple multigrain cereal, barbecue beans, vanilla pudding, orange drink mix, whey milk alternative, Southwest rice and beans, and chicken flavored noodle soup. Up to 25-year shelf life, 132 servings, $63.
Costco officially has everything. I've been to Costco 10,000 times, and I don't recall seeing an apocalypse repair kit or preparation kit. This is something that's new, and now all of a sudden it's blowing up all over social media.
Yeah, look, I mean, everybody is starting to get nervous about the direction of this country. Nobody trusts Joe Biden with the direction of this country, and even retailers are saying, hey, we got to start marketing for that, and an apocalypse kit is really cool. I mean, it's good. I'd go to True Prep and get everything immediately I needed from there, but, I mean, it does kind of tell you why we had Joey on yesterday, why we talk about True Prep, why we talk about protecting our families.
But isn't it interesting, though, that even big box retailers are now following in that True Prep way of doing things? Hey, you need to be prepared. And look, like we know November is going to be shaky. I feel it in my soul that November is going to be a chaotic, tumultuous time. I am not nervous because I'm prepared, but I'm nervous about it for the people who aren't. And but like Joey said, it doesn't even have to be that. Like even if you think November's going to be just we're just going to coast right through and nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be just fine. But just like Joey said yesterday, Rhino, man, like people that are in Houston right now that are in bad shape because they weren't prepared for the hurricane. Yeah. Carlos Medina, our own coworkers, had the same experience with Hurricane Michael down at his house. These things are really important to prepare for. It doesn't have to be upheaval, social unrest.
Yeah, I mean, they're small things. I mean, like, Costco was like your original, I mean, even Sam's Club, all of them. You'd go and you'd buy the big 10 cans of, kind of food that you could keep away because they were in the big 10 cans. So you'd keep them. And now they're realizing, hey, these kind of things are going on. They might play the game and say, oh, climate change is the reason for all these disasters and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's why we're having them. But we know the truth. The reality of it is people are scared of the direction of this country. They're going to continue to start putting things away. And, you got a guy like Joey who, in reality, people are going to be like, oh, Joey, he's just some kind of climate. No, this guy's an engineer from Georgia
Tech graduate. Right? An engineer from the Georgia Institute of Technology. That's an impressive degree. Yeah. And the dude runs, I didn't know this.
Like, I got to do this. We got to start putting things away. We got to start protecting ourselves and our families. I mean, it's smart.
Run 4 companies, the guy told me yesterday. Yeah. I had no idea, man. Dude is brilliant. So, yes, though he's a South Georgia boy, he is a guy that is so far advanced, man. He's such a smart dude. And this is just one of the many things that he does there at True Prep, Cobb Parkway, and True Prep, TRUprep.com, Rhino, ain't that right?
Yes, it is, TruePrep.com.
I've heard you say it a number of times.
I know it. I got that thing down.
Yeah. The New York Times editorial board is urging the Republicans to do something that they are definitely not going to do, and it's so funny to see them scramble, the New York Times editorial board scrambling, knowing that Joe Biden is not capable of winning this election.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this really comes down to is, they want to continue to bash Donald Trump. And again, that's the idea is, okay, we can't win the election, so what do? We say Mr. Trump is a character unworthy of the responsibilities of the presidency, and that's what the New York Times is running with. So as Keisha Lance Bottoms sits there and gets mad at the AJC for saying, hey, we think Biden should step down, he's not good to lead, they talk about Donald Trump because... well, now they want to interfere in this election in any way because they realize they've already lost it. They say that he demonstrates an utter lack of respect for the Constitution. Tug, what do you think of that?
Well, I would like to have them an opportunity to give me an example. Because the Constitution seemed to be intact 3.5 years ago, and right now it seems to be less intact than it's ever been. You got a weaponized DOJ that goes directly against what the Constitution says. So give me some examples. Tell me why the GOP should walk away from...
I'll give you some.
Yep.
They are trying to force student debt on all Americans.
Wait. No. I think that's Joe
Trump?
Biden. Yeah, I think that's Biden.
Oh, my bad. Okay, hold on. I got another.
You got another?
one.
Okay, go shoot. Tell me which one.
You know where this game is going,
of course. That's what I'm saying. Everything they say is exactly what Joe Biden is doing. But that's the whole point. Give me an example. If you're the New York Times, tell me why.
In New York, you're not allowed to buy a gun, think about a gun, or have a gun. Oh, wait, that was overturned by the Supreme Court.
That's the thing, dude, is that the New York Times, they are groveling at this point. Mm-hmm. They are in such shambles because they're a mouthpiece for the Democrat Party. They are in such shambles. They know Joe Biden's got all the cards. So their only hope is, hey, maybe we can convince the GOP to step away from Donald Trump, which... The GOP couldn't be more in line behind Donald Trump. There has been zero. I've not heard one GOP congressman or senator say Trump should step down. Yeah. He should step out of the way. Everybody has lined up behind Donald Trump because they know he's the winner.
Yeah, the part of this also from the New York Times is they love when Republicans were fighting Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
And becoming other Trumpers.
Well, it's helpful
and there
to
was
them.
Division. There was division. Now, the GOP has been united by Donald J. Trump, and the Democrats are divided so much that after a 90-minute debate of Mr. Trump handing the biggest defeat in American political history in 90 minutes of a debate, they turned on their president and said he shouldn't run. He beat them so bad. So now they got to come up with something. And that's what the New York Times has come up with, that he's a threat to democracy. They're going to keep playing the games and say that all the Republicans need to denounce the way they think about Trump. You want to talk about a threat to democracy? You want to talk about interfering in an election? That's what the New York Times has done here.
You know what else goes along with this, though, Rhino? Is the fact that the mainstream media has zero credibility because the New York Times has spent the last part of 3.5 years telling you that Joe Biden is just fine. People like the New York Times at MSNBC says, oh, Joe's the best Joe we've ever seen. Joe Scarborough should step down. If anybody should step down, it should be him. Yeah. He's embarrassed himself. That dude should step away from his job. Or if there's anything right in the world, the people at MSNBC are like, dude, he's a liability. Do you see what he said? We can't have that on our airwaves. This is insanity. That's who should step down.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely it should. But they can't play this game because, in reality of it, they say that they want a man who has values. You're telling me that this man who's raising Barron, who's been protecting his son, who stays with his wife, he has his kids who are all working, everybody, you're saying he doesn't have values? I can understand what they're saying. Okay, Stormy Daniels, I'll go the other way. What about Tara Reid? What about all the women that have come out against Joe Biden saying they were raped, touched? So let's talk about values. We could play that game. So basically, Biden should be the temperament. They said temperament. He has got a bad temper. How many times have we watched Joe Biden lose his mind on that stage, calling people Jack, son of a bitch, those kind of words to Peter Doocy? Ideas and language are directly opposed to what has made this country great. Are you telling me the idea of protecting our borders, protecting America, peace and prosperity throughout the world is not values that the GOP wants? Boy, do I think the New York Times is way off on this one.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what failing entities do. They try to drum up some sort of conversation about their product because nobody's consuming it. There's a reason that New York Times subscribers are through the floor, that they're a failing entity altogether. And that's what a Trump spokesperson points out, is that they're a failing publication. And went on to say, if they spent more time actually covering the disaster of Joe Biden's presidency, they would understand how dangerous their false reporting has been to democracy. Here. Exactly right. Which has been the point of you and I and Los the whole time. You can't pretend that you didn't know what was going on now that everybody is well aware, even the people that listen and read your lousy publications.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. The New York Times also wrote that they think Joe Biden should step down.
Now they're saying it.
Yeah, now they're saying it, but they follow it up with this about Donald Trump and saying that there are 5 essential qualities, moral fitness. We're talking about President Biden, who literally stole Jill Biden from her husband and then weaponized the government and the IRS against her husband to bury him so he could keep her. Is that really moral fitness and character?
But if you're looking for your morals from a politician, you're looking in the wrong spot to begin with. Tell me one that's got any morals and principles. Even the ones that I kind of think. Yeah, maybe. I would have thought Mike Johnson. I mean, he comes off to me as a believer, and he's a guy that immediately coalesced behind Joe Biden to get the $60 billion passed to go to Ukraine, even though the majority of Americans don't want it and don't support it. So I would have thought maybe Mike Johnson, but now I don't believe that. I do believe Mike Pence's moral compass is good, but I question some of the things that he does and says when it comes to Donald Trump. And look, even if he disagrees with Donald Trump, even if he, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with anybody disagreeing with. I disagree with Donald Trump on some things.
Sure, absolutely.
But at the same time,
I don't like Donald Trump's dealing with women. I don't like the way he dealt. Look, he may not have had sex with Stormy Daniels. I don't know the truth.
I don't even care.
But if you were to ask me, I would lean that way. I don't care. I don't think it has anything to do with me running the country. Just like I don't care that Joe Biden, slept with Tara Reid. Now, if he raped her, it's a different story. There's no rape when it came to Donald Trump, as much as they want to lie about it. But the fact of the matter is this. Tug, let me ask you, would you go into politics?
No.
That's why there's no moral fitness. And people with character, people with moral fitness, they would never walk into politics.
Because
that's why they aren't there. They're not
can't.
There.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. That and people who are successful outside of government, they're probably making a good enough living so they don't have to go to government to be elevated to that level of an actress or someone who's wealthy.
Right.
They want to steer clear of that. They want to make it on their own. People in government have never been able to make it on their own, by and large. And so that's the reason they're there. I think Lowe said it one time. He's like, politics is where ugly people go to be successful. Hollywood and in business is where you go to be successful if you're just a regular person or an attractive person. Ugly people go into politics to be successful, and by and large, most of them are. But that's the thing. It just all
there's every once in a while. Like I thought Dr. Rich McCormick. I was like, here's a good guy, and I still think he's a great guy. I really do. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not 100% sure.
When you get into that arena, I'm going to start questioning you, right? Like, I'm going to start questioning you. Because most of these people come in, they have no money, they leave rich, and it all seems like they work for themselves more than they do anybody else.
It does. Every time, man. And they will continue. None of that's going to change.
No.
It doesn't matter what happens with Biden or Trump.
That's why they fight so hard against Trump, though, right? Because they don't want it to change. And Trump's like, no, we need to cut out all this ridiculous bureaucracy.
And look, Trump is a big spender, man. Like I said, there's plenty of things that I don't care for that Trump does. But if you're giving me the choice, I at least believe the man loves the country. And
He's the only one leaving broker than he went in.
No, that's right. Absolutely. Didn't take a salary, leaving with less money than he went in with. And I genuinely believe he loves the country. If he gets everything wrong, I would rather have someone who believes in the country and loves the country in that office than somebody that's there to make themselves rich and wealthy and powerful. Every time I'm taking that choice.
Yeah, you know why he's the villain, though? Because, yes, he loves this country. He loves this country because of what it can afford him and what he can do here. The fact that he can make as much money and use his merit to continue down the path of success. That's why there's a selfish reason why he loves it, but that's also why America is the greatest country in the world, because of trickle-down economics and the ability to earn based on your merit. So, yeah, it's a little selfish at the same time.
But I don't even think that's selfish, dude. I really don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't think that's
the
selfish.
American way. It's great, right?
Yeah, that's what makes it great. I think using your ability to enrich yourself, as long as you're doing it without,
selfish isn't always a bad word.
Well, but that's what I don't think it's selfish. I don't think being successful is selfish. Inherently selfish. Can you be selfish and be successful? Yes, but I don't think being successful makes you selfish.
Yep.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. The one or two or maybe even three names you think and expect. Even Joe Biden could or would get right. Well, he didn't. Next on the Morning Extra, we'll play around with the audio, let you hear all of the things that Joe got wrong. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. You can reach them at 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Is there any truth to the saying that better the devil you know than the devil you don't know? You know Trump. You know he's a big mouth. You also know he's decisive and loves America. The devil you know. Joe Biden? You don't even know who's yanking his chain right now. The devil you don't know. Think about it.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Who says you have to wait until December to celebrate Christmas? Hi, I'm Jaron Solomon. Right now at Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we're celebrating Christmas in July in all of our locations in Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. Stop in today and enjoy our 12 days of deals on everything in our stores. Surprise your special someone with a beautiful diamond tennis bracelet, earrings, ring, or necklace. And to make your purchase even easier, Solomon Brothers Jewelers is offering up to 60 months interest-free financing. That's 5 years to pay for that special gift, interest-free. And while you're at it, why not break out the tree, string up the lights, and pour yourself some eggnog? Make this a Christmas to remember with our 12 days of deals. Don't wait until December. Find some of the biggest savings of the year at Solomon Brothers Jewelers during our Christmas in July event. Visit us on Peachtree Road in Buckhead, Old Milton Parkway in Alpharetta, and Fisher Road in Sharpsburg, and online at SolomonBrothers.com. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, now the preferred jeweler of the Atlanta Braves.
Are you self-employed? Did you receive 1099s in 2021? Congress approved up to $32,220 in refundable COVID tax credits for you, not loans. This is your money, up to $32,220, waiting for you to claim it. Check your eligibility in less than 30 seconds at smartsetc.com. Our former IRS auditors will help you claim it. It's fast, easy, and has no upfront cost. Millions qualify, but time is running out. Visit smartsetc.com now and check your eligibility in just 30 seconds. That's smartsetc.com.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
President Biden botched the first question at his hour-long news conference last night.
describing Vice President Trump as his VP, not Kamala Harris. But he did display a tremendous mastery of foreign policy. I've never doubted that. And I think most people watching felt he acquitted himself quite well. I also would fault the White House correspondents because when it came to pressing him about can you win and why aren't you stepping aside and how do you reassure people, they would ask 3 other questions and he would mostly be able to talk about his record as opposed to his chances of winning. Now, the president was careful to be not so defiant, to say maybe other people could beat Donald Trump, to say that he was listening to other voices. But by and large, this is the president's job. If he did this more often, there wouldn't be all this drama about it. But certainly, he didn't fail as badly as some feared he might. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 1063 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. I'm going to start with this because before we get to Joe mixing up all the names, this is huge. June voter registration from states that report it. Republicans are plus 106,983. Democrats are plus 1,858. If that's not eye-opening, I don't know what is. That's a 105,000 person difference in registered voters for Republicans and Democrats. Dude, I'm telling you, for the first time ever, Republicans are scoring more points and connecting with younger voters under 30 for the first time ever in the history of polling this particular topic. Now you're seeing the voter registration numbers. Republicans by 105,000 just in the month of June. Dude, this could be an absolute landslide. Now, you're going to have to continue doing this all the way through November. It's got to be too big to rig because the efforts to rig it will be out there.
Yeah, I look, just alone making non-citizens available to vote. I don't know if it'll go through, but you see what Gretchen Whitmer started already there, that you can't challenge any of the elections.
Oh, right.
Good thing for Fulton County, good thing for the state election board here in the state of Georgia that has said, hey, they are able to go ahead and do a recount, and they're able to ask for certain information. I love the fact that we're protecting elections here, but it's not going to happen all over the country, so we do need to pay attention more than ever. But I do feel like there is. Look, I know we fell for the red wave. I know we did it. But there is no way whatsoever the American people aren't going to stand up and say, hey, this is the right direction for the country. We were better off 4 years ago.
Interesting, too, Rhino. The 3 states the biggest numbers are coming out of for Republicans: Arizona, California, and Maine. Arizona, California, and Maine. California's as blue as it can possibly get. And their biggest jump in voter registration is for Republicans. I'm not saying California is going to be competitive because it'll go to the Democrats without a doubt. No question in my mind. But it shows you the fact that people are upset about the way the country's trending and the things that are happening around them that show no signs of resolution. There's nobody fixing the inflation. There's no one fixing the economy. There's no one fixing the border. And that all lays at the feet of the Democrat Party because that's who they are.
Yeah, that's exactly who they are. And you're going to continue to, keep supporting them, though. Right?
California will, for sure.
I mean, they're not going to not support them. The entire state is falling apart, left and right, and every Democrat state and city, when you look at it, that's where the problems are. The problems aren't outside in the red areas. They never are. Even in a blue city, if you're surrounded by red, the red area always seems to be doing okay, or at least moving forward. It's the blue cities and they continue to vote for it. I say let them have it. We always say, hey, this is their problem. Let them deal with it.
Interesting, too, out of New York, because you brought this up yesterday, that, of course, the Democrats are going to win New York. I don't expect Donald Trump to win New York, but the changes, the fact that he's gone from winning by 23 points to only leading by 8 in New York City, in New York State, the entire state of New York, is absurd. If you would have told me even 3 years ago that was a possibility of those numbers happening, I would have laughed in your face and said there's no way. But I think it has to do with the illegal crime rings that are happening. Have you seen the stories of illegal immigrants running up on mopeds into these big fancy restaurants where like only multimillionaires eat, and they're robbing people within 60 seconds? They get in and get out, and they're taking women's purses, phones, watches, jewelry. One dude's watch was $100,000 that got ripped off in the article that I read out of New York City. That's why those numbers are as close as they are, because you're affecting the people that have the money to affect elections.
Yeah, look, New York is going to be a weird scenario. But yeah, I don't think New York's the only one that you're seeing this. Obviously, we see it with the swing states, Tug. All of them are starting to move towards a different, more conservative idea. And you're right. He's never going to win New York. But Lee Zeldin almost won New York. You saw Jamal Bowman get thrown out.
Yeah, throttled.
I don't think you're going to see everybody get thrown out, but you're going to start seeing more conservative ideas. They've done this to themselves, though. Kathy Hochul said black people don't know what a computer is or don't understand a computer. That was a huge mistake, but this is the way the Democrats feel about their voters. They feel like their voters are not intelligent enough to really decipher or do things on their own, and people are like, hold on one second. Yeah, okay, we fell into the trap of we want your help. But for you to say that we don't get it or we don't understand, they're starting to rebel, and you're seeing it in New York.
And rightfully
they're starting they're starting to rebel against migrants being given hotels when people who've been living in this community asking for the help from the Democrats that promised and pandered the help are not there.
And unfortunately, for the people that have voted for these Democrats, that's not going to change anytime soon, because they see value in how do we turn these people into voters, and they are going to vote for us every time because we're giving them the handouts. We're giving them everything they want. When they complain that the food's not good enough, the free food that you're being given is not good enough, then we'll increase it. We'll make it better. We'll do whatever it takes to make you happy in our sanctuary city. Just remember us in November when you're illegally voting. That's what the goal is. That's what the stated goal is. There's a reason that they say we're not going to pass the SAVE Act in the Senate. And even if we were to, by some crazy measure, the president's going to veto it. Even Elon Musk said anybody who doesn't support this is a traitor to their country. And he's exactly right.
Yeah, again, left people don't realize how this can backfire on them. They want to play a game and they never look at the full picture. They're all behind this. 198 Democrats voted to allow people who don't belong in this country to make legislation for the people who pay them. That is a sick idea. And if any Democrat or any American supports that, boy, are you doing the wrong thing. And again, we have to remember, brown people aren't the only people coming across, and they're not coming across for asylum. They don't care about Joe Biden. They care about getting here and causing destruction. A lot of the people that have come across are Russian nationalists, Chinese nationalists, people from the Middle East. It's huge, the amount of numbers. Will they vote? Maybe. Maybe they will vote, but they might not vote the way Democrats really think or want them to. They want to cause chaos here. So I think they're just misguided in the way this is going, and they should stand up against it, and they should stand up for being American and having the right, well, even though there's no right to vote, or having the ability as a citizen to vote for the laws and the rules you want to live by.
And that's the problem. The Democrats don't like those rules. And for those people that are here illegally,
then move.
Yeah, well, right, exactly.
There's plenty of places in this world you can live the way you want.
But it's crazy though, is they don't want to do that, dude. They want to change. They want to change America into that utopia that they dream exists, which we know is just but not real. That's I mean, that's what they want to do, because it's tougher to you can try to change what you have. I mean, selling your house, that's tough. Mm-hmm. Packing your bags, that's tough. Finding a place to move, that's work. Just going and voting for crazy people that will change the country into what you envision, that's easy.
Yeah, it's super easy. It's super
That's the reason they don't move. There's no need to.
Yeah.
I could vote for crazy people that'll do it for me.
Yeah. Look, but at the same time, I hope that we fight that back.
Me
because
too.
you don't
gosh.
you don't want that in your city. You don't want what you're voting for. You really don't.
What?
And they're starting to see that. Look, Chicago doesn't want people taking over.
I think
illegal
some are.
immigrants taking over their, facilities.
Yeah, I think some are seeing it. I do,
Yeah,
and that's the reason you have the shift away from the Democrat Party from minorities in general. It's fascinating to see. Maybe next hour, I found this video of this man who's been trying to get his citizenship for 18 years, and he was like, "Oh, dear God, you don't understand what's happening in the United States. I've lived through this. I do." Maybe we'll play that for you in the next hour. The bonus hour, as we call it, 9 o'clock before the Glenn Beck program starts at 10. Tug, Rhino, and Los. When we come back after a Neil Bortz report and the Fox News update, the Democrats may ultimately get their way, but it isn't going to help them in the end. Next on Xtra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Okay, a little fun look back in history. In December 1984, 3,000 beluga whales were trapped by ice in the Turkey Sea near Russia. The whales were confined to small open water ponds surrounded by thick, impassable ice, up to 10 feet thick in some areas. They had no access to the ocean. They were having difficulty breathing. They were all at risk of dying. To help rescue them, an icebreaker named the Admiral Makarov with a reinforced ice-breaking hull. The ship attempted to take the whales to safety by breaking the ice, but the belugas would not follow the ship. The crew began playing classical music like Tchaikovsky over the ship's speakers. The whales began following the ship through the narrow, open water channel. 2,000 belugas reached the unfrozen ocean after a journey of almost 100 miles. It took several days. The United States, Canada, Japan, and the Soviet Union worked on this, called Operation Beluga. Well, again, in the early 2000s, the same thing happened again. Beluga whales trapped in little ice ponds in Alaska. So once again, Operation Beluga was launched. The United States, Russia this time, Canada, and Norway all stepped in to help. The whales would not follow the ship again, so they started playing rap music. Upon hearing the rap music, the belugas acquired guns and started shooting each other. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
It's July 12th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Paper Bag Day. Is there any invention we take more for granted than the paper bag? Millions of us use them every day for a variety of things, from carrying our groceries, using them to deliver presents, arts and crafts, even ripening fruit. American inventor Francis Wool received the first patent in 1852 on a machine which made paper bags, but it was Margaret E. Knight in 1870 who designed the machine for the bag we basically use today, with the squarish flat bottom. Also on this date, in 1957, Surgeon General Dr. Leroy Burney linked smoking as a factor in getting lung cancer. And in 1984, New York Congresswoman Geraldine Ferraro became the first woman to be selected as a vice presidential candidate for either party, as Democrat Walter Mondale selected her as his running mate. If it's your birthday today, you share it with Chilean poet Pablo Neruda, born in 1904. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer. Former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Bong Bottoms, who allowed the slaughter of the Wendy's and the burning and the killing, and the little baby got shot because of the gangbang. I mean, this woman is a freaking disgrace. God knows she wouldn't run for election and win anything back in Georgia, so they elevated her to the White House. So the former mayor now is slamming Georgia's largest newspaper, blaming the AJC for interfering in the election. We have a little sound of Ms. Keisha doing.
Editorial boards are supposed to honor fair election. No. And I don't think it's fair when an editorial board with 10 people sitting in a room are trying to influence an election, especially in a state like Georgia.
It's not fair for the media to try to influence an election? You mean like you've been doing for 8 freaking years? You dirty, rotten, lying snake.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision.
It was better than the debate. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President Biden takes questions for about an hour at a solo news conference in D.C. with one early gaffe.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. I think she was not qualified to be president.
But he says he's staying in the race unless someone proves to him he can't beat Donald Trump in November. He says he's been putting himself out there since his poor debate performance.
Where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball? I mean, look, he's done virtually nothing.
The news conference was at the end of a NATO summit, and there were foreign policy questions where the president showed command of the facts. But last night, more Democrats in Congress, it's 18 now, say publicly he should drop out of the race. President Biden holds a campaign event in Michigan today. The Republican convention starts Monday in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal on some of the people who will and won't be there.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is scheduled to speak, as is the mother of a woman murdered by an undocumented migrant. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is scheduled to speak, but Nikki Haley is not. She said she was not invited to the RNC, even after releasing her delegates. Her spokesman says it's up to former President Trump, who he wants at the convention. But Fox News Radio's Brian Kilmeade asked the former president if she might be invited.
You know, there was a lot of bad blood there. She stayed too long. She was being soundly defeated at every place, but she just wouldn't leave.
Kilmeade asked if she might help him with moderate voters, and the former president said no, because they will not end up going for President Biden. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
A new read on inflation, just out. Inflation at the wholesale level coming in higher than most economists expected. The Labor Department's Producer Price Index is up 2.6% year over year. It's the largest annual increase since March of 2023. Most other inflation indicators say it's cooling off. The Labor Department reports yesterday consumer prices fell 0.1% in June. America's listening to Fox News.
Jerry Padgett, the second enlisted in the U.S. Navy and deployed multiple times to Iraq and Afghanistan until Jerry was catastrophically injured in an improvised explosive device blast. Now, Jerry received a new smart home thanks to our friends at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Now, the home is in the foundation's Let Us Do Good Village. It's in Florida, and Jerry now lives more independently thanks to the specially adaptive technologies. Commit to $11 a month, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. This is the bonus hour, 9 to 10. Then we'll turn this thing over to the Glenn Beck program. So, so much to talk about, obviously, you know, with all the gaffes from Joe Biden's news conference last night, the big boy news conference that he did. And maybe at some point the Democrats are going to get their way. They're going to figure out a way to push him out of office. I mean, his remarks failed to calm anyone's nerves. You heard the guy from Fox News, what's his name, Howie Kurtz, talk about how he thought Joe Biden was good on foreign policy. I think he's being very kind, and I think Howie Kurtz from Fox News Channel leans a little left, so that's why he's saying that. Because I don't think anybody's concerns were squashed or anybody's concerns were addressed whatsoever. But Nate Silver, who runs the 538, he said they may be getting what they asked for, whether it's through the 25th Amendment or whether they twist Joe Biden's arm, give him the golden parachute, promise his family won't be prosecuted, give him $1 billion, whatever it is. They sweeten the pot enough for Joe to step aside. Nate Silver is saying the stats for Kamala Harris against Donald Trump, Rhino, those aren't much better. No. And so they get what they want, They push Joe Biden aside. Everybody rallies around the first ever candidate, black female candidate for president, and presented as a cultural phenomenon. This is culturally the reason you need to do it. Plus, she's going to carry on all the traditions of the Biden administration, everything they've done, all the legislation they passed, which we know is not good, but that's the way it'll be presented. You got to do that. We're going to continue on this legacy that Joe Biden is leaving behind. If she can get elected, because I'm not so sure that she can. Now, I do believe the media will coalesce around her. Man, it will be a very big coronation. I just think the American people have already made up their minds.
They don't want her. You know what they want? They don't want Trump. They don't want Biden. That's the truth of it. They don't want two old white men.
right.
And they'll fight over that. But I know one thing. They don't want her. They didn't want her the first time, and they don't want her now. They see her probably as a bigger threat to not only democracy, but a bigger threat to destroy this country. She favored pro-terrorists, terrorist groups, over the right thing to do, which is protect people who are of the Jewish faith in New York City. She sided with the pro-terrorist groups. They don't want her. They know who she is. They know she's not smart. They know she talks in circles. They know she slept her way into the mayor's office. They know what she's done. They don't trust her. Black men don't trust her. Black women don't trust her. White men, white women, nobody trusts her. And that's the truth. But that's all they have at this point. But I'll tell you right now, even if they did use her and say, hey, 25th Amendment, she'd do it, they'd turn on her.
Hold, say that again. One more time.
I said, even if they did get her to use the 25th Amendment and talked her into it and got rid of Joe, they'd turn around and get rid of her just as quick.
You're talking about the Democrat Party.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me.
She can't win.
Well, but the problem is you don't have the time. The only thing I would say, if they actually booted Joe out, you don't have time. Like, legally, you don't have time. We're like 30.
Oh, no, not like that. They'll get rid of her by not supporting her at the DNC, at the convention, and throughout the rest of the race. They just won't support her. Financially, she won't get the money. They'll let her lose that race. You know what I'm saying? They're handing the presidency over.
See, but, like, then why, if that's the case, if that's what you're going to do, then why push Joe Biden out? Because I still think Joe Biden can win, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't get it.
There's no logic behind that. So if they're going to push her out, I think they coronate her. I think they would rather have somebody else, no question about it.
Well, they only have two issues, Tug. They only have two issues, women's rights and she's a woman. The other issue they have is we've got to make it look like black people are suffering and they're not smart enough to do it themselves. And she's one who could speak to that group and hopefully energize them to come back to our party. They know that sometimes all you have to do is say, hey, here's a black candidate, and black people will go, you know what? I'm voting for the black candidate. They don't care at that point because just like the Democrats show you, all they care about is the color of the skin and not the content of the character. People will vote that way. So they're hoping on those two issues, Kamala can win. So maybe that's why they want to sack Joe, because he can't win on any issue right now, can he?
No, probably not. But I would like to think people vote on content of character versus anything else. I mean, that's my hope. That's what I pray is the case. Now, is that the case? That's a different story altogether. But yeah, Kamala Harris, she's mediocre at best. Like, yeah, that's being very complimentary of Kamala Harris.
Maybe a little better. Maybe,
but then she talks in circles. So, like, is anything she going to say make sense? I mean, Joe has dementia and talks in circles and doesn't make sense. Kamala Harris is going to have no reason that she can't form a sentence, and then she's going to talk about the passage of time and just all this, and
right.
that's failing. That's miserable. You're not going to win anybody over that way.
But you know what she doesn't do? She doesn't freeze up, and she doesn't call people by the wrong names.
Right.
And right now, that's all they probably need. And that's why I think, like, hey, if they were to sack him, they're already giving up on the presidency. Their only hope is cheating. That's why they threw in hey, let's block the SAVE Act, because that's the only hope we have, is that some of these people get through without showing proof of citizenship. Because the Democrats are going to play a game. They're not dumb. They're playing a game right now that want you to believe that illegal aliens cannot vote in this country. Is it a law? Yeah. but do they stop it? That's the question. They're pretending, oh, it's already a law. Well, we're trying to make sure that these elections are safe, and we're going to go ahead and make sure it's a law. And we're going to show, I love that they did it. I love that they put that vote up for the Democrats to go, nope, we're not going to sign protection for our elections because we can use it now. But the reality of it is, yep, it's already in there. They're just not going to check it.
Well, right, but they don't enforce.
Hoping to cheat.
They don't enforce any laws as it is. That's the reason there's 8 plus 10, 15. Some people say 30 million people here illegally. If they enforce the law, then we wouldn't have to worry about this to begin with, which has never been enforced. So what makes me think the law saying you can't vote if you're an illegal is going to be enforced? I have no confidence that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't either. Look, they're not going to, and they know that. I mean, look at what Gretchen Whitmer just did. She was step 2 in this process, by the way. They went ahead and said, we're not going to do the SAVE Act. And then remember, Joe Biden had a meeting with Democrat governors. You think it was just about his mental ability? No, it was about, hey, here's the plan moving forward. And who's the first one to act on it? Gretchen Whitmer says, we're going to make sure that you cannot challenge our elections. And if you see something, even if you say something, we're not going to go ahead and listen. Look what she just passed. You don't think other Democrat governors are going to watch to see how that's handled before they do? It's unconstitutional what she's done. Are we going to challenge it, or are we just going to keep rolling along? They're hoping that we don't challenge it. The fact of the matter is, if nobody pays attention to it, the next Democrat governor, Kathy Hochul or Gavin Newsom's going to roll it out in their state.
Absolutely. No, that's right. Again, going back to what Joe Biden has done with student debt. He's already been told twice now, this is unconstitutional, you can't do it, and yet he's still doing it.
He's finding another way.
Happening. It's exactly right. We're working around the law. The law is our roadblock to getting to whatever goal we want to accomplish. So how do we work around that law so we don't get another slap on the hands by the Supreme Court? So even if it's challenged in Michigan, they're going to find a way around it. That's the thing. They're never giving up. It is a constant battle. And it, just like the Founding Father said, it's a republic if you can keep it. Because there's always people going to be working around the law to accomplish whatever it is that they want to accomplish, good or bad for the country.
They tried to take a president off ballots in Democrat areas that they had their friends. Don't expect them not to try everything to try to win this race. But in reality, the only way they know they can win it is by forging the rules like Whitmer did and like what they're trying to do with the SAVE Act and not signing the SAVE Act in. This is their plan at this point because they know Joe Biden can't win. They know people aren't going to vote for him. But they feel like, oh, wait, hold on. It's really bad because it's all everybody's talking about. Now everybody's talking about his mental decline. They're not talking about voting. They're not talking about the issues that Democrats want them to talk about. He's too much of a distraction for them. And that's why I think they're still going to sack him after today. They're going to continue to look down this path. Too many Democrats, too many high-profile Democrats have called for him to step down. And that's why I think they'll sack it with Kamala and get rid of both of them at the same time.
Look, because
neither one can win.
Neither, absolutely right. But the crazy thing is Nate Silver, who is a leftist as possibly, as you can possibly be, he's saying for Kamala because we know why she was put in place. It was a DEI hire. It wasn't a good choice. Man, if you give me some Winsome Sears out of Virginia, that is a qualified woman, a woman of substance, a woman that has the ability to get elected, just like she did in Virginia. So Nate Silver's like, well, people calling her a DEI hire in the Democrat Party, too, because they know it as well. He was like, if I'm her, I would tell these people to go F themselves. I wouldn't be up there for a second. I wouldn't be their second choice. I wouldn't be their life ring. I find that fascinating because it kind of goes in line with what you're saying. If they were able to get rid of Biden, could they sack her, too? And if you're in the way of thinking that Nate Silver is, then the word is, then it seems possible.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, she's not strong enough to do any of that. She doesn't have anything. Kamala Harris has nothing in her background to show that she deserves the position she's in. I could tell you right now, I could probably look through the Democrat Party, although I don't like a lot of them. But if I really wanted to find somebody, a woman of color, to put in that position, I guarantee you I could find somebody with better credentials than Kamala Harris. She was just the flavor of the day in 2020.
Right place at the right time.
Yeah, California, right place, right time. We could play the law degree up. We could play everything up. She has had some kind of record, whether it's good or not, but she'll do exactly what she wants because she will sleep her way to the top, and she is malleable to whatever we want her to do.
Lackluster politician is the way Nate Silver describes her.
She's boring.
Yeah, preferable.
And confusing.
Preferable to Biden because she's mentally competent, even though she would likely lose to Donald Trump. It's interesting. Like I said, there's nothing so far that's shown me that Joe Biden's going to step down. Nothing.
I mean, I wouldn't. Why? Let them both go. You're going to let them go down. They're not going to bring Kamala Harris back in 4 years.
No.
They're not going to energize behind her.
No. Once she's out, if let's say it plays out, you're exactly right. Once this plays out, let's say we're in November, Trump wins. Kamala Harris is a footnote. She
becomes a speaker.
She will
go and make money the way that everybody else has when they're out of politics.
She's
and
done.
Go away very wealthy.
Put a fork in her. She is done. If she's not made the nominee, and look, even if she's made the nominee and loses, she's still a footnote and is done for politically. Her career will be over. Look, she's made a ton of money. I think her husband's loaded. It's not like she's going to live a terrible life. She will have she'll be upset that she didn't accomplish the goal of being president when she had the opportunity, but that happens to 50% of every president that runs, or every person that runs.
She'll be happy doing like the HBCU, like go around, do that tour, speak.
The View, she'll be on the View every other week. She may be a permanent member of the View. I mean, seriously, that's a perfect fit for her.
I think she'll just do speaking engagements for the Democrat Party at this point. They move her into that, pay her a ton of money. She gets her book deals, gets everything she does, and quietly goes away and just goes up there when they need her to push whoever they put in 2028. If it's Gavin Newsom, she's there. She's pushing for the black vote, and that's it.
Yeah.
And the female vote, the woman vote.
Yeah,
let her play the woman issues.
I think that's got a little bit of juice. I just don't know how much juice it's got right now because it's
not emotional. It's not emotional enough to overtake the economy.
Not right now. It doesn't seem so. But look,
or the dementia patient that's running the country.
Well, but see, that's the thing. Now, if he steps aside, then all of a sudden it
becomes a big issue.
Yeah, it does. Because that becomes the center of the universe, right? We've pushed Joe Biden aside. Now, all of a sudden, whatever Kamala wants to do and discuss is now the main topic because Joe Biden's out of the way. There's no more discussion about that.
And why do you think AOC is introducing articles of impeachment against the two people that happen to both be black and brown?
Man, it's so funny the way that
you don't go after Roberts?
Yeah,
the guy who's in charge of everybody there.
Yeah, right.
You go after the black because she's a racist.
Right. It seems certainly.
I can play the same game as
No,
them.
exactly right. But you could use anecdotal evidence to back that claim up, and somebody would believe it. I don't know if she is or not. She's married to a white dude, so I assume not. I mean, I guess not. But
but that's called a beard. You know, they cover that up.
It's a disguise. Yeah. It's a disguise.
I've seen the way she's like pushed over. And look, he is in trouble. That guy. That marriage won't last. By the way,
just like her political career, it's going to be down.
Hopefully not.
She's got a better chance at becoming president than they do staying together.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me tell you, that's a 0% chance.
I think I've got a better chance of hooking up with her than her becoming president.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now we just went into silly territory.
Maybe not take it quite that far.
That's ridiculous, Joey.
Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since the 90s. Man, these guys have been doing it for so long. Based in Jackson, Georgia, they can take care of whatever your house needs done on the outside. Windows, doors, roofing, whether it's a new roof or leaking, painting, siding, gutters, they do it all. And I've used them. I can attest to you that they do exceptional work. Give them a call today, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, July 12th. 2 more Georgia football players were arrested and charged with reckless driving, even after the horrible tragedy that took the lives of Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix a year and a half ago. Jonathan Bo Hughley was booked into Athens Clark County Jail on charges of failure to maintain a lane and reckless driving, and was involved also in a single car crash. The following night, Smael Mondon was charged with reckless driving and racing on the streets. Fellow football player DeMelo Jones was also stopped and ticketed. The school has not released any comments. A Carroll County deputy was surprised after he was called out by Michelle Turner to talk to her grandson about the dangers of riding his bike on a busy highway. During the visit, the deputy found 3 minors at the location and was told by the kids that they were left home alone in the house next door. The grandmother, Michelle Turner, said she was tired of taking care of all the kids that belonged to Jessica and Steve Bailey. The deputy reported the stench of animal urine and feces in the house, a fridge with a lock on it, no food in the house, and no cooling system. Jessica and Steve were arrested for cruelty to children and transported to the Carroll County Jail. In sports, Arizona Diamondback Brandon Pfaadt outpitched ace Max Fried last night in Arizona, pitching 6 strong innings without allowing a run. Max Fried was also strong in a 1-0 loss to the Diamondbacks. The Braves have now lost 2 in a row as they head to San Diego to take on the Padres this evening in a 9:40 start. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
The George Clooney letter about Joe Biden stepping down was approved by a so-called Biden supporter. Talk about that next, and I want you to hear from this immigrant who waited 18 years to get his American citizenship. His concerns about America today and what could happen in November. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 1063 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 1063 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
You have enough to deal with after an accident. You don't want to spend a lot of that time messing around with insurance companies. Besides, what are you going to say to them? You really know the ins and outs? David Van Sant at Van Sant Law does. He used to work for the insurance companies. Their worst nightmare. He knows who to call, what to say, how to listen to them, and he has your best interest at heart. Van Sant Law, 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com, 855-GA-INJURY.
It's that time of year again when the owner of Central Heating and Air Conditioning, Chuck, brings back the 4th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Hey, it's Tug for Central Heating and Air Conditioning. If you want to help give back to the community, all you have to do is sign up for a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and $10 from every new maintenance agreement will go directly to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. The more maintenance agreements you sign up for, the bigger and better we can make the 4th annual Christmas in July for Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Central services all makes and models. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. So call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com to sign up for a maintenance agreement and help Chuck and Central Heating and Air give back to the community. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Are you self-employed? Did you receive 1099s in 2021? Congress approved up to $32,220 in refundable COVID tax credits for you, not loans. This is your money, up to $32,220, waiting for you to claim it. Check your eligibility in less than 30 seconds at smartsetc.com. Our former IRS auditors will help you claim it. It's fast, easy, and has no upfront cost. Millions qualified, but time is running out. Visit smartsetc.com now and check your eligibility in just 30 seconds. That's smartsetc.com.
Hey guys, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly. Have you heard the buzz about Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy?
Thanks, Tara. I'm Dr. Eugene Wallace, CEO and head of schools of Seeds of Excellence Christian Academy in Austell, Georgia. We are Christian, scholarly, affordable, and relational. Seeds of Excellence is committed to nurturing the whole child, spirit, mind, and body. From daily Bible classes to weekly chapel services, advanced technology, world languages, fine arts, athletics, national competitions, and a dedicated team of great professionals, our scholars from 6 weeks to 8th grade receive quality care through a premier education grounded in Christian worldviews. By blending the Abeka curriculum with Georgia State standards, we offer a comprehensive and faith-based learning environment that equips our scholars for success. We are thrilled to partner with Our Town Monthly. We want everyone in the community to read all about us.
You're right, Doc. Seeds of Excellence is a perfect fit. Friends, explore SOECA.net and experience the difference today.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Extra.
What are we, like 51 days to college football starts?
We are close,
man.
man.
It's right around the corner for sure. This is the great time of year because you have baseball headed in, as we get to the fall, baseball headed into the playoffs and then college football. I was reading last night, and I thought maybe there was a chance that Clemson and Florida State might join the SEC because it seems to be a growing brand.
No, SEC don't want them.
Why would you not? Well, they're great brands.
Yeah, really, seriously.
They've already got their stuff. They got two bigger brands in Oklahoma and Texas.
But yeah. But I think
Clemson's been good for the past decade.
No, I know.
But Florida State is a much bigger brand.
Yeah, but Texas and Oklahoma, as nice as they are and as good of the brand they are, it's much easier to get to Clemson if you're a Georgia fan, a Florida fan.
Remember, they already have those
you got
television
FSU.
markets. They've already got a Florida television market. They've already got a South Carolina television market.
Who cares? I'm talking about better football.
Well, but no, that's important.
Obviously, it's money. I know.
Yeah. No, but I got to tell you, man, I like Clemson and Florida State.
Well, I hate Clemson.
I mean, I despise them too. But I'm saying, as far as if you give me in the SEC, I would rather have Clemson and Florida State than I would Texas and Oklahoma. I would. I know money-wise, Texas is the big. I get it. But I'm saying I prefer because that's a traditional
I get both
rival.
those more than Texas. Yeah, like Florida and Florida State, South Carolina, Clemson.
Yeah, well, but not only that, Georgia's been playing Clemson for longer than anybody, almost as long as they've been playing Auburn. So that's a traditional rival for Georgia too. So and
it's a fun one. It's like
absolutely
it's a border battle.
Border battle. That's right, Rhino. And then when Florida State has such great traditions, Bobby Bowden and Deion Sanders and they're back, man. They're on. Well, I don't know they're back. They're on the come up.
DJ.
They're on the come up.
Uiagalelei.
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't know, man. But the reason I bring all that up is because they're expected to join. Those two teams expected to join the Big 12 as soon as 2025. Fox has already agreed to increase their commitment by $15 million per school to each Big 12 school, with those two schools joining. So
I mean, do it.
Look, I mean, the Big 12's smart to do it, but I just hate to see those two being in the Southeast going to the Big 12.
How many teams are in the Big 12 now? Like 16?
I have no idea. I don't even know.
Yeah, some alignment you don't need to. There's a realignment, but if I'm Texas and Oklahoma, I don't want to leave the SEC knowing that you get plenty of good TV games. Number one, and it's better for recruiting for them.
Yeah, it is. You're totally right. And I've never believed in Texas. I know how much money they have. I get all that, but I've never believed in Texas as a program.
Yeah, they're Sisyphus.
Yeah, dude. They get upset by horns down. Yeah. Like, what kind of fan base does that? What kind of freaking soft
They're
serve?
Weak, man.
They're
yellow-bellied.
Yellow-bellied is exactly right.
A bunch of yellow-bellied Texans out there.
Rhino, I think Oklahoma's so much tougher than Texas is as far as just a program.
Yeah.
Texas is a bunch of wimps, man. What a bunch of girly men.
I mean, they're all girly men to me. All of them out there. I don't care. Look, Oklahoma State. The only reason they ever get in is because people feel bad for them and are like, I guess they're undefeated, but really they have no defense. They could throw the ball, and then sometimes they do have defense, and you're like, oh, they're all defense, and now they can't throw.
And their offense
They're always one-sided, those teams. They've got one strength or the other, and they get beat as soon as they get up against an SEC team. They'll probably do better, and like I said, I don't blame them. They need to stay there because they feel like, hey, if we're in the SEC, we'll get faster, we'll get stronger, and we'll get better.
Yeah, it's the best conference.
But they're just going to win 7 games and be okay.
That's right.
You think?
Yeah. I don't know. Quinn Ewers is like top 3 in Heisman contention. I think they could get to 10 games, but
Who do you give a better chance, Oklahoma or Texas to compete?
Right now, Texas.
With the SEC.
Right now,
Yeah, me
Texas.
too. Me
But
too.
I don't think that they're going to be world beaters. I don't expect them to be world beaters at all.
But they have a great area to. I mean, Texas is a crazy great area to recruit from. So
yeah, that's why it's so bizarre that they're not fantastic. Georgia, Florida, Texas, California, those are the 4 biggest states for recruiting across all of the sports, and they put more kids into pro sports than any other of the 50 states. So yeah, you would think,
but they have to compete
But you
with
know what it
all the
is?
schools in Texas and Oklahoma
Okay,
schools.
so does Georgia.
and SEC.
SEC.
Yeah, and the SEC. When these kids look, Matt Stafford saw what's going on in the SEC and said, "Hey, the best bet for me in a NFL style offense would be in the SEC." So he didn't even look at Texas. He said, "I'm leaving here and going to the SEC," and went to Georgia. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they see the level of play is different, so that's why they have a hard time recruiting. Which is why I think Texas and Oklahoma are smart. Now they go, okay, now we're on the national stage. Now we have to get better to compete. More people will come there.
But you still have to prove it.
Yeah,
right?
well,
You have
that's
to
true.
convince those kids.
I can't imagine they will.
That's an exciting part of this year to
okay,
watch
but
for.
look, South Carolina's been doing it since they've been in the SEC, and I like South Carolina.
I know.
Yeah.
I love South Carolina.
I know
Go
you
Cox.
went there, but I'm just saying though, you have to prove it. Vandy's got to prove it. They're in the SEC too, and they're not recruiting world beaters.
No.
So my point is,
You're not going to it, Vandy, though.
No, I know that,
At
but-
South Carolina, you should be able to.
see, but
'Cause
South
you don't
Carolina
have to be
is a
that
state.
smart to go there, obviously. If Joe went there.
Joey went, no.
Right.
Come on.
Vanderbilt, you're
you gotta
talking
be
about
smart.
people who invented,
Yeah.
how to do a heart transplant.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a
South
different level.
Carolina.
Georgia Tech is the same way. Georgia
Right.
Tech, the standards of getting there are pretty robust.
Right.
But I'm saying though, just because you join the SEC isn't going to eliminate the need to prove your
You
worth.
gotta win.
Yeah, you got to win. At the end
Texas
of the day,
is projected to win 10 games next year, according to ESPN.
Okay, we'll see. Let's see if they do it. I don't
I
expect
haven't
they're
even
going
looked at their
to.
schedule yet.
Yeah.
I think Ole Miss is more likely to get 10 wins.
Seems like it. Morning
But even
Extra.
they can't really get above.
No, I
them,
know,
you
right?
They can't get in the top
They
3,
couldn't get
4,
above the
5
bump,
teams.
but I mean,
They did that one year with their little shark thing.
Yeah,
and
with
their
the new
defense.
playoff though.
Yeah, with the new playoffs, that's
very
that's
easily
going to
could
open
be
the
a
door.
solid seed.
Look, so could Texas then if they get to 10 wins. If that were
right.
Texas would
I
be
would
in there.
love for all 12 teams to be from
the SEC.
SEC.
It's not going to happen, but
Everybody
there has to be
cry.
one Big 10 and one Big 12 because they're conference championship. Yeah. There will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Could be. Who knows?
Yeah, that'd be funny.
George Clooney penned a letter saying that Joe Biden should step down. This is just weeks after he raised $30+ million for Joe Biden's re-election campaign. So you're trying to convince me, George Clooney, that while you were raising that money and you spent time with Joe Biden, nothing stood out to you. Nothing in the discussions that you had with Joe Biden gave you any pause for concern. You have the debate, and all of a sudden, now there's pause for concern. You didn't see that to begin with. I don't believe that, first of all.
No.
And then secondly, Rhino, it's being reported by Politico that Obama knew the letter was coming and did nothing to stop it. He doesn't like Joe Biden. We know that. It was just his vehicle to the third term when he always said, hey, if I could just get 3 terms, I'd do it. And he has through Joe Biden. He's going to say he's behind Joe Biden, but it does not mean it's the truth.
No.
And the other crazy thing, and this is completely in a different direction, that in that article from Politico talking about the George Clooney letter, they refer to Joe Biden as the big guy.
Yeah.
I wonder why. I wonder if that's not like a little dog whistle to Joe
it sure
Biden's
is.
inner
Yeah.
circle that we know
Who got 10%?
Exactly. We know what your dirt is, and we will use it against you, big guy. So that stood out to me like a big red flag. The fact that Obama didn't stop it. Clooney's a liar because he knew what was happening when he raised the money. But the fact that they threw in the description as the big guy seems to me the biggest part of that Politico story, because if there's anybody that could push him out, it would be, we're going to uncover all the dirt on you that we know and we've yet to report for 3.5 years, just like we didn't report your inability to do this job. It's sitting here. All we have to do is hit send, and you and your entire family are going to jail for a long time.
And that's why I think Hunter and Jill, they're not really going there to make a plan on how he could become president. They're making a plan on how they survive this, how they don't go to jail, how they're not prosecuted. That's what they're doing. Hunter's not going in there going, you know what, Dad, I think if you just started going on the economy, let's go over that. No, he's going, hey, this is what I did wrong. This is where they got me. This is the records that are still out there. Sorry, I left the laptop, blah, blah, blah. How do I get out of this? And that's what this is about. George Clooney only is talking now because he got caught, because Joe Biden showed who Joe Biden was, and they got exposed, and the media allowed it to happen. If this never happens and he doesn't fall apart in front of everybody in a debate, if that debate never happens, George Clooney never says a word, right?
No, nobody ever says a word. The media is not turning on him if the debate didn't happen.
Even if this happened with the 75th anniversary,
absolutely, it would be cheap fake.
Last night's press conference would still be cheap fake.
Yeah, we'd still be on cheap fake had the debate not happened. The debate was the straw that broke the camel's back.
They were hoping to get away with it.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
They wanted this to go through with us not knowing, because they don't care if a dead man's in office. What they care about is the elites, the ones that Joe Biden threw out there and said, hey, the elites can come after me if they want. They can go ahead and challenge me at the convention. He threw the words out, the elites, because remember, they deny there's no elites out there. There are no elites. You guys are all this deep state. You're all fakers. You're all liars. Right. And then he throws out, well, if the elites want me out, he's being controlled. And once they couldn't control him anymore, once he started falling apart, not knowing anything, everybody turned on him.
Yeah, I don't expect he's going to step down. I think he thinks
heck, he shouldn't.
His biggest safety is not stepping down. That's the way it appears to me.
Well, I don't know. Not personal safety as far as I'm concerned, because I think if he doesn't step down,
you could get Clinton.
Yeah, the Clintons are calling somebody.
Exactly. Or the Obamas want to have you over for like a nice meal.
Yeah. Wow, it's amazing. Joe Biden, peacefully fell asleep and drowned with a bullet hole in the back of his head.
He was out. He decided he wanted to get on a kayak and went out in the lake.
To the Obamas on a paddleboard.
It thing turned over. Who knew? I didn't even know it was out there. I didn't know.
Well, you know what? I'd believe that he can't swim, though.
I could too. Absolutely. I want you to hear from this guy. He's spent 18 years trying to get his citizenship. This is about 90 seconds, and it's a man that has seen it and has lived through it and has deep and grave concerns about the future of the United States of America.
Hi, everyone. So, as a new American who will be voting for the first time for president this November, I have one big fear for our country. Recently, I've spoken to multiple people who plan to vote for Joe Biden, and the sentiment I keep getting is that it doesn't matter if Joe Biden gets wheeled into the White House every morning. They will vote for him, irrespective of his cognitive ability, irrespective of whether he is able to function when we need him to function as president, irrespective of his ability to actually do the job, because they have convinced themselves that a nearly dead Joe Biden is better than any alternative. This is where we have gotten to as a country. And as an immigrant who loves this country, this is a sad state of affairs. For far too long, we have allowed ourselves to be manipulated by the media, by propagandists, by alarmists who have characterized every difference that we have in this country as existential, to the point where reason seems to have taken the backseat to this hyper-partisan and divisive culture, where people don't seem to have any sense of curiosity, don't seem to want to challenge the powers that be, who are willing to accept prevailing narratives without any sense of responsibility or fidelity to what is true. How do we survive as a country under these circumstances? When I became American, my older brother told me this. He said, now America's problems are your problem. And I hope I can continue to use my voice to wake people up, to get people out of this state of mental slavery, to wake people up to a sense of duty, a sense of patriotism that goes beyond party lines, that transcends tribalism, that puts our country first.
That is the most compelling thing I've heard in quite some time. This is a man that waited 18 years. He did it the right way. He didn't come across the border illegally. He's not breaking the laws. And he is a welcome member of the American fabric. He wants to be an American. He loves this country, and he puts it on display. Those are the type of people we need coming to America. I assume I think he may be African. I believe that's where he is from. But just a well-spoken man and a man that has genuine concern for what he sees in the country. We need more of him.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need more of him, and we need more spokespeople from areas that have come here for the true, real reason of asylum and to look for political help or to better their lives rather than just coming over here to, I don't know, sell drugs, traffic humans, do the bad things that we know are coming across illegally. The people who are coming here and spending 7 years and all of their money on lawyers to become, successful citizens, that's the way this is supposed to work.
Exactly right.
And those are the people we need to hear from.
And he's welcome.
Yeah, because this man realizes political persecution. This man realizes, he's seen it. And so have so many people that want to come here. And those are the voices we need to hear. But before any of that, we need to shut it all down.
Oh, no,
we need to shut the borders down.
Absolutely. He would say that too.
Absolutely. And now that he's a citizen, I think he understands it. Because citizens need to stand up, all of us, and say, hey, I don't care if you were born somewhere else. I came here, through my mother, but my family also came here at one point. So yeah, am I a citizen? Yup. But am I also an immigrant? Absolutely. But every day, our citizens that were born here are being taken advantage of, and they need to stand up too.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Love your input. Get your feedback on the 18-year immigrant and what he had to say. I found it fascinating that he said we need to put America first. He never endorsed Donald Trump. He never brought Donald Trump up. He just said we need to put America first, and he's exactly right. When we come back, George Clooney, the audio, it's been edited alongside some audio of Joe Biden, and it's Oscar-worthy. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 as we close out the bonus hour on a Friday.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Is there any truth to the saying that better the devil you know than the devil you don't know? You know Trump. You know he's a big mouth. You also know he's decisive and loves America. The devil you know. Joe Biden? You don't even know who's yanking his chain right now. The devil you don't know. Think about it.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
If you're thinking about doing work on the exterior of your home, maybe you're in the same situation as us. Like, we love our home, but it's too big for us. We'd love to downsize, but we can't afford to. With the housing prices being what they are and the interest rates to buy another home being what they are, it would just be, we would be in defeat. There's no way we could do it. So we're pouring money into our home. And if you're going to do the same thing, I invite you to go like Southern Exteriors on Facebook. They have posted so many reels of their philosophy on doing work on the exterior of your home. The things that they hold to be important from the point of view of the contractor and the person that will be dealing with you directly. So you can watch videos of what they do with roofs. We had that rain recently, the heavy, heavy rain recently that has caused a lot of people to realize, oh, wait, I do have a leak in the ceiling. Man, we need to get this fixed. There's nothing worse than water inside your home. Mold, mildew, it's so bad for your home. Go and watch some of the reels of the projects that they do and how they handle them, the before and after pictures that you can see. I've used them, and I encourage you to do the same. They can turn an old leaky roof into a fresh, sturdy one, and they can do it at your home. They'll give you a free estimate, too, today. Southern Exteriors is their name. They've been servicing Atlanta and the entire Southeast. Out of Jackson, Georgia, they are. And they've been doing it for 25-plus years. SouthernExteriors.co is their website, or if you go to the Facebook page, facebook.com/Southern Exteriors, you can check them out there. Or if you just want to call them, go old school on us, 877-9-SOUTHERN.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, cpapsetc.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
My name is Jamie High, and I have worked for Bruce Hagen for 14 years. Why do I work for Bruce? Because he truly cares. He cares about me, he cares about my family, and he cares about each and every one of his clients. Family is important to him, and he never makes me choose between my family and work. He values me as an employee, but also as a person. At our firm, we are all family, and I wouldn't want it any other way. I am Jamie, and I've worked for Bruce Hagen for 14 years because he's the best. Hagen-law.com.
Are you self-employed? Did you receive 1099s in 2021? Congress approved up to $32,220 in refundable COVID tax credits for you, not loans. This is your money, up to $32,220, waiting for you to claim it. Check your eligibility in less than 30 seconds at smartsetc.com. Our former IRS auditors will help you claim it. It's fast, easy, and has no upfront cost. Millions qualify, but time is running out. Visit smartsetc.com now and check your eligibility in just 30 seconds. That's smartsetc.com.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Extra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Extra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Glad that you've been with us and hope that you'll stick around for the rest of the day, too. The Glenn Beck program coming up next. And then at noon, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton. 3 o'clock, the Kimmer Show. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, 3 until 6.
We're doing the after show too at 10:30.
Let's go. Don't forget that.
Boys.
On YouTube.
The YouTube channel. Do not forget it.
It's the hottest, newest, greatest show ever.
It's just as good as a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit.
Almost.
Better.
Oh, well, all right. Anyways,
Chick-fil-A biscuits, the biscuits are subpar. The chicken's great. The biscuits are subpar.
Look, I prefer Bojangles biscuits over Chick-fil-A's biscuits. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. All right. So I ran across this on social media last night. I had to inquire, Rhino, with Joe. He's our resident movie guy because he likes to act and sing and dance and those sort of things.
Wow.
And he told me this is from, he believes, because he's not a fan of George Clooney, that this is from the movie Michael Clayton from 2007. Somebody has spliced together Michael Clayton, George Clooney as Michael Clayton, with Joe Biden. Listen to this.
So although I wish I were here with better news, the fact is that you and I are sitting here today because this will be your last week of employment. This is not an assessment of your productivity. You're going to try not to take this personally.
Well, I just had a bad night.
I just had a bad night. And that's a live look at Clooney writing the letter. You know, Joe Biden, you got to step down.
Yeah.
But somebody's very clever. I'd never even seen the movie, so I didn't know what. I had to ask Joe. I was like, "What movie is that?" I mean, I understand what they're trying, the joke that they're conveying, and it all lines up perfectly. But I'd never seen them. I had to look it up. I'd never even heard of the movie Michael Clayton. Have you, Rhino?
No. I mean, I kind of remember it a little bit now that it was brought up, and I never would have as well. You know, it's funny because Babylon Bee, I thought they had a good win too, saying that Ocean's 14, the plot was that a dementia patient steals $30 million.
Dude, the Babylon Bee always gets it right. I don't think they've ever swung and missed that I recall anyway. Yeah. So strong. But
y'all got fooled by a dementia patient.
Yeah, seriously,
Every
man.
Democrat should be ashamed of themselves.
You should be, and
they don't
yet
care.
They're not. They don't care. It's all about power. And power. And Joe Biden, doctor, tell me I'm in good shape. That's what he says. The doctors tell me I'm in good shape.
Yeah, I feel bad for Democrat voters because they're literally putting in a socialist into power and they think it's good. Like, they don't see through it, what they're doing to themselves and how it's going to backfire on them. You know, they want to stack the court, but in reality, Tug, if they stack the court, Trump wins. How's that going to be good for them?
No idea, man.
They can't stack the court. Come on.
And then the White House is doubling down on the fact that Joe Biden had a cold on debate day. Yeah. I mean, that's how they're coming out to defend this. Like, that's the weakest defense in the world, sure. And that tells me that the people in the administration are done. They're not going to try to defend him anymore.
No, and that's kind of why, I mean, except for, obviously, KJP has no choice but to stay as press secretary. Unless she takes a job as quick as possible. I can tell you right now, everybody in that administration has sent out their resumes. Jen Psaki was smart. She sent hers out and got out as soon as she could. You don't think she saw this coming from the minute she was press secretary?
Yeah,
she jumped
she knows.
ship as soon as she got a payday. KJP looking for the same thing. Every single one of them is looking and sending out their resume to be involved in politics somewhere away from the Biden crime family.
Yeah, because why would you stay knowing that it is falling apart rapidly? There's not a
it's
chance.
A sinking ship.
It is, dude.
You don't have buckets big enough to clean this out now.
That's exactly right. Can you imagine KJP at the presser today? Like, how this is going to go. This is going to be a target-rich environment for pieces of audio for Monday. You know? I mean, because only 28% of voters...
Are they going to go back on the doctor thing? I mean, all she's going to do is spin and lie and try to get... Like I said... You think she's got short-timer's disease, Doug? She's just going to do whatever they need to do until this is all over with.
Yeah, she's like, this is a bad dream for her.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole time she's been there has been a bad dream because all she knows to do is look at the book and read.
Send her resume to Starbucks in D.C. I'd rather work here. Seriously.
Yeah, but you know, it's crazy. Like, there's a super on Fox News just went off on the monitor here in the studio. 28% of Americans, says only 28% believe Biden's sharp. But who are the 28% that actually believe it? My Aunt Peg. Those are the people that will actually still vote for Joe Biden if he's the nominee. They will.
I mean, these are the true delusional TDS members, right? I mean, the 28% are the ones that believe that Trump is Adolf Hitler and will kill everybody if he gets power, even though there's nothing except for peace and prosperity when he was president for 4 years. But now all of a sudden he's going to get in and turn into Hitler. Those are the delusional 28%. That's what it is.
I know, but the fact that there's 28%,
I just think it's the people that don't pay attention. Because so many people are just like, yeah, I vote Democrat. Yeah, I vote Republican.
I know you're right.
Just the way it is.
But 28% have missed the biggest news story on the face of the earth?
Man, people got jobs or they care about sports or whatever. They don't care.
Well, no, they wouldn't answer this if they didn't care. So the 28% obviously have answered a poll, so they obviously care. They're paying attention to a point where they answered the phone and said, yeah. But in reality... It's all Trump. They are so afraid of Trump, they'll do anything to keep anybody. They'll vote for a body over Donald Trump.
Because they hate him so much.
They hate Republicans. And it's not just Donald Trump. If this was any good Republican candidate, if this was Ron DeSantis, do you think it would be any different with 28%? No.
No,
they
probably
hate
not.
Republicans.
Yeah, but I think the crazy left hates Trump more than they hate DeSantis. Now, I'm not saying that hatred of DeSantis can't grow to get to that point.
Right.
But
it's
DeSantis,
no different.
It's the same type of.
It's just a little more hate, right? Like
Trump deranged
him a little bit extra.
It would be RDS. Yeah, Ron. Syndrome.
But in reality, if Trump was out of the picture and Ron DeSantis, do you not think it would be the same thing? He's going to take us into. He's going to become friends with Putin. All he does is Project 2025. Because Project 2025 was not attached to Donald Trump. They attached it.
No,
you don't think they would have done that to Ron DeSantis and been like, "Oh, this is DeSantis's platform. He's going to kill all black people."
Yeah, dude, absolutely. They will absolutely say that about Ron DeSantis, too. You're right.
That's your 28%.
Yeah, and it was crazy because my wife actually brought up Project 2025 last night when we were watching the press conference. She was like, what exactly is this again? I was like, Heritage Foundation came up with it. They're saying that it is a Donald Trump thing. And she was like, well, I read that a bunch of former Trump staffers worked on it. And I was like, okay, well, what's that got to do with his platform in 2024? He's already released his platform.
Former.
It's there, yeah.
Former.
Yeah.
Remember that, former.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe he got rid of the dirt that's in there. And Project 2025 is going to be taken out of context in any way. There were thousands of people who input was put in. This is basically a poll that they took everybody's input and then wrote out what they think we should do. The reality of it is they put out the RNC platform. It's 20 great points, and they're afraid of that because it is common sense. It is real. It is something that this country needs. So they're distracting and going to something a little bit more extreme, which is what 1,100 something people all got together with and Heritage Foundation put out. But it's working, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's distracting a lot of people. But that 28%, you think they know anything about it? If they're not paying attention to Biden being completely demented, and having Parkinson's disease?
They don't think it, like the 28% are so out there that I don't think they believe it. I can't imagine they believe it, but boy, they sure seem to.
Yeah.
But they distract. They go, oh, you know what? Yeah, he may have slipped here and there, but it was one bad night.
Yeah, well, that's what George Clooney thought until the debate. That's what he said. Everything was good. Everything was good. Mm-hmm. The debate rolls around, and all of a sudden it's not. Even though you've been dealing with this guy and raising money for this guy forever. Yeah. All of a sudden, you just noticed. Media been covering him for 3.5 years, and all of a sudden, you just noticed.
Yeah.
It's because you are not honest. You're not being honest. Nope. Now you feel safe in pushing back against Joe Biden. That's all it is. Anyway, that'll do it for us. Rhino, enjoy North Carolina. We'll see you back on Monday. Intern Andrew, have a great weekend. Board Up, go eat Virgin River. Have a great weekend. My name is Tug. Hoping you'll stick around for great conservative discussion throughout the day here on Xtra 106.3. On the app's the best way to listen. Download that wherever you get your apps, searching for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta. My name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Yeah. So long, gay boy.
The new ending. I love it.
That's right.
So long, gay boy.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.